If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
I know a few things about vehicles because I can turn it over and say that this is Road Gang Radio live from the House of Degas, aka Fastport Studios, with your man, my friend, your friend, the guy wearing the hat, the suit, all that jazz, Jimmy Mack.
Yeah, I am kind of dressed up a little bit today.
Oh, he's looking good.
You know why? Because the weight is coming off. I told people I'd make this anti-sugar commitment over the month of October, although next week the doors get blown off. And we'll start the whole thing again in November. I mean, it's going to be Halloween week. Jane Jezraoui, by the way, is going to be talking about Halloween on The Future Was Yesterday.
Oh, yes! It's Friday.
Okay. By the way, guys, as you all know, this edition of the show, the Freaky Feisty Friday edition, is always a little bit more loosey-goosey. Mm-hmm. We do talk about some trucking stuff, but it's a lot of fun and groovy stuff coming your way. Another edition of the Sleeper Cab Library. Terry Taylor, our favorite small businessman in America, is going to be joining us as well. And then Jane Jezraoui. Our good friend Lindsay LaRue and our good friend Dave Nemo are over in Nashville right now as we speak. And Lindsay's in Nashville. She's not in Franklin. She is downtown at the Omni Hotel with all the folks from NASTIC. Dave gave the opening remarks. We'll be posting them sooner rather than later.
Got a little worried this morning because we got a phone call from him, and we're like, what's wrong? What's going on? Oh, wait, he's in Nashville. He's busy. He's awake.
You know what's really funny, too? He's also one step behind.
Yeah.
We're one step ahead of the sheriff over here. He's like, I got all these things I got to tell you. And we're like, we know. We've worked it out. It's going to happen.
Dave, good to hear you.
Dave is going to be doing a podcast with David Owen and Lindsay and a whole bunch of other folks as well, too. We're going to be actually broadcasting that podcast on Monday, immediately after Nemo Nation. Mm-hmm. So all kinds of groovy stuff, too. And then Dave will record, as he always does, his Nemo's Night Beats, and we'll be off to the races. A lot of groovy stuff going on over here.
It's going to be a good Monday, man.
It's going to be a good Monday. Look, guys, we're going to get to that accident that is on everybody's mind. There is footage over at CDL Life. If you haven't seen the disaster that unfolded, 21 years old and under the influence and behind the wheel of a truck. What is going on out there? But we thought we'd bring you a little joy to start off the show on this freaky, feisty, flinty, and really fun Friday. So dig this. A black bear took a stroll through downtown Bozeman, Montana. Speaking of Montana, Peter Stark is going to be here a little bit later on for the Last Empty Places, one of the particular favorites of our good friend Chowder out there, and many other people too. Mr. Adventure, Mr. Action, the author himself will be on the scene. But this black bear took a stroll through downtown Bozeman, Montana, and was recorded by security cameras when he paid a visit to the outdoor seating area of a distillery. The Bozeman Spirits Distillery shared security camera footage of the bear exploring the business, exploring its outdoor seating, Tuesday morning. The post also includes cell phone footage of the bear running across the street after completing his self-guided tour. The business was delighted, by the way. That means clicks and attention. A lot of people raised. I mean, AP and UPI's News of the Weird picked it up. Odd News, News of the Weird. The business joked the bear was apparently in search of a stiff drink. He was looking for some huckleberry vodka to take to his den for the winter, the Post said. We have had our own fair share of interesting things happen downtown, but this was one of the coolest. You ever got yourself in a situation where you were dining or drinking and the animals came a-calling?
100%. It's called a place called Ocean Springs, and there's also a place called New Orleans.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, nature has made its way into both of those worlds. Dre and I were talking about it this morning too. If you go down to City Park, don't bring food unless you're ready to feed some ducks.
Yeah, or you're ready to get robbed. You know what I mean?
And some pelicans, and some geese, and whatever else the hell is out
there.
Maybe
a raccoon.
The raccoons. Speaking of raccoons, I was over in Georgia at the Empire, the Coastal Empire, at a crab shack.
Yeah.
And, man, that entire deck was populated with raccoons.
Really?
Oh, my God.
Trash pandas
looking for the food, looking for the action.
What you got, man?
I'm telling you. You know what they also like is bologna.
Really? Oh, wait, what's the holiday today?
Today is National Bologna
Get
Day, by
outta
the way.
here,
Yeah, I'm
man.
telling you, make yourself a bologna sandwich, and while you're at it, please lose your heart to iHeart.
Ooh.
Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. And by the way, speaking of yakking it up on YouTube, which I haven't spoken of yet, our friends are all over the action, by the way. Joe J says, it is a Friday. Good morning, hashtag RGR. Trucker Bosun says, good morning, RGR family. Our good friend Steve says, hey, somebody turn the heat off. 32 degrees in Wisconsin today. By the way, Joe says it's the same in Nebraska. And Steve also says the coffee's on me, and then proceeds to go coffee, 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 coffee. Because this, by the way, my friends, and many of you are family, and many of you are members of the gang, this is Road Gang Radio. Forget those lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his inept minion, banana costume wearing Grease Charlton, because this, my friends, is the freaky, feisty, Friday, flinty edition of the greatest live transpo show in the known universe, immediately on Fridays, followed by the greatest pre-produced transpo show in the known universe, Trucking with Oida. You can be a part of the action. You can mix it up in the thick, and you can join the gang at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. We got 2 calls, but keep lining it up. You got time.
All of it is broadcast and recorded at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House, only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio. By the way, this is really cool, too. The masks, by the way, are those boxes that go around microphones.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah,
The masks are arriving week after next.
Fastport Studios.
Fastport Studios, RadioNemo. Fastport, by the way, is out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and the people, especially with Mr. Roll Tide himself at the head. The president, Brad Bentley. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com and nationalapprenticeship.org. And don't forget, guys, we will be joining them over in the nation's capital for the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Awards, smack dab in the middle of the Veterans Ready Summit, smack dab in the middle of Reeves Across America, where Dancing Dean Croak of the Grumpy Pete is going to be joining us over in Columbia Falls from the Driver's Lounge for live broadcast and possibilities, and then we will wrap it all up in Arlington with our friend Gorgeous George, Courtney George.
Can Dean jig? Can he get down?
I don't know if he can dance.
Yeah.
He can do so much else, though. It wouldn't surprise me.
We can't give him that name if we don't know the evidence, man. I got to see the footwork.
Remember the song by Led Zeppelin, Dancing Days Are Here Again? I've always wanted to change the lyrics to Dancing Deans and then Dancing Daves. Now, Dave Nemo can dance.
Oh, Dave can dance.
Dave can swing dance, and Dave can two-step.
I got 4 different videos to prove it.
Do you know how I learned finally how to swing dance?
Tell me.
By being bad at it. I'm not being funny, though. My dance instructor, who is a man's man, my good friend Shane LeCoq.
He swung you around?
Oh, well, he actually has a female instructor, too, that works with both the men and the women. He works with the women. She works with the men. But what he said, he goes, embrace the fact that you're awkward.
Yeah.
You know, and he actually showed me a video of, like, Henry Fonda dancing in a movie, and he's like, that is awkward and at the same time awesome. He said, just get your steps right. Don't worry about looking cool. If you get your steps right, you will look cool.
Okay, that's awesome. I definitely want to go to that type of class because I went to salsa class and then I was my dad made me take ballroom lessons because I was a part of a certain organization growing up. But yeah, man, try holler at me when you go to a salsa lesson and you got the guy trying to guide your hips and then he's just like, no, you do it like this.
Oh,
and
no.
He's moving me and I'm dancing
love
and
Shane.
I'm the chick.
Shane is 6'3.5", 6'4", but the moment you see him, you go, that dude's a dancer, that dude's an athlete, but he's just like, come on, man. He's just like, get in there, man. Be goofy.
Yeah.
He's actually the one that trained Claire and I for our wedding when we danced to Slow Show. He's the one that did that for us. Just kept it really simple. He's like, just get your steps right. He said, who cares? He said, even if it's repetitive, if you look like you're both on the same page, people still like seeing people who like each other dance together. Exactly. Come on, baby. We got some dancing to do. I'm going to take a phone call before we go to this break.
Well, can I bring up something
regarding
phones real quick? All right, so we've had the same caller ID for these guys and ladies for years. We got them down to a science, and I got them down to a science. But now I don't know what happened about 4 of them, like Pack Rat, and I know who this is as a reoccurring caller and a friend of ours. and it's been popping up. So I'm curious if something with us being Cox Cable or – well, no, actually it happened in the past like month or two. I don't know what happened, but I just needed to throw that out there because they're like, oh, what's going on? You're not looking at the caller ID? And I'm like, I am. It's not popping up as usual.
We have new systems over here, by the way, guys. And
Yeah.
by the way, things reset. You'll have to often restart stuff, and when you do, it tends to erase previous information. I mean, come on. This is not our specialty.
Yeah.
We just make this up as we go along, folks.
Well, what's your specialty, caller? Who is this?
Who is this? Who are we talking to?
I haul nice cars.
Hey, guys. It's Friday time,
Actually,
which
getting
means
ready
it's
to hop out and
showtime.
Load some.
Hey, man. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing? It is showtime.
Good morning to you.
Real quick, Jimmy, did you see the text I sent you last night?
I did.
Yeah.
I am
So
going to dig.
everyone out there knows.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna dig out there a little bit deeper because, man, that I have to tell you, it's like turning over this big giant rock. It's like turning over a big giant rock, my friend. And there's all kinds of stuff out here, and I'm beginning to actually get a sense of everybody has a right to be angry at everybody. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Between the events in California and what we have found out in Texas, everybody has a right. This really is. It's funny because I don't know if you saw James Talico, that young kid who everybody is kind of really interested in over in Texas, where he says, I no longer look at this as Democrat, Republican. I look at this as people on top and people below. And he said, we got to get this fixed. He said, there's a whole class of people on all sides of the aisle who are just, cashing in and taking advantage of a lot of people. Because the other thing is, too, is that I was talking to a bunch of people in the educational sector about this as well. We have got to start, and I don't mean people coming from other countries. That's a different thing entirely. We have got to start standing up for some of these kids who are being told they have a CDL, some of these kids who are being told they're ready to drive trucks who aren't. We are literally taking advantage and taking money from people and screwing them and putting dangerous people on the highway who, unlike the 21-year-old in California over in Ontario. Oh, my God. Did you see that video?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, multiple people have aired it. I've watched it multiple times and explained to some of them what was going on. They're like, oh, this. And I go, he's under the influence of narcotics, right? And they're like, no. I go, yeah, that's what he was also arrested for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's terrifying to me is, do you know the guys who are driving either too slow or driving out of control who actually aren't under the influence and who are terrified, who got thrown behind the wheels of trucks with no sort of real training and no training from the companies either? Can you imagine those human beings? Let's remove the maniacs from the equation, because that's bad enough too, which means nobody did their diligence on that guy. Nobody did their diligence on that guy. Go ahead.
And if I saw, there was two things I was looking at last night. So I think it might be the driver from Texas or from Florida from that crash.
Mm-hmm.
He first tried to get a CDL in Washington, tried like 10 times to get a CDL and couldn't pass the test. And they did mark him as proficient in English.
This was down in Florida, right?
Yeah, the Florida crash, the one that really got everybody wound up and started really digging into everything.
Yeah.
And the number I sent you last night, and this is for everyone out there, it's been uncovered in an audit in California that 62,000 CDLs were handed out to illegals.
And by the way, remember when Gene Soroka used to tell people, he said, we don't have a CDL problem. He said, we have a driver problem. Because he actually pointed out there are 600,000 issued CDLs in the state of California.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I saw a deal the other day that they say that there's, now whether they're legal or illegal, but there's 720,000 foreigners driving trucks in the United States. So if 62,000 of them out of California alone are illegal, that's almost 10% of them. And we also know that New York is handing out CDLs to illegals, so we don't even have that number in yet.
Yeah, the big four offenders, like I said, and I was kind of looking at this as well, and I'm totally with you. The big four offenders, guess who? Texas, Florida, New York, California. And it's and this is about money and prestige. Did you hear about Carol Heckerman? it had Hackamon. It's Haincom. Carol Haincom. Did you hear about this? About the guy that arrived in Rake, Iowa in July of 2021 to work for an excavating company? He came from South Africa. He entered the U.S. on an H-2A visa, which is for agricultural workers. And the visa was good from January of 2021 to August of 2021. And despite being brought in for agricultural work, the excavation owner had him drive a truck hauling construction material, which requires an H-2B work visa. And the alleged scheme allowed the excavation company to pay the South African a much lower wage. And this kind of stuff is going on all over the place. And it's one of those things, too, I go right back to you. Don't go after the companies. Don't go after the drivers. Go after the people who did it. And that way they can't pop up over and over. That goes back to the Sing organization. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Ignore, follow the money. Who is profiting and stick it to them.
Right. Well, and there's a girl on X called Maybe Danielle.
Mm-hmm.
That's what and she's been researching into this. And the stuff she's found out will blow your mind. She's found out that, like, say, for example, 8 come into the United States at the same time. They all file for DOT authority. So now they have 8 companies, so they start with one company. And then when that company gets put out of business, they just move everything to the next company. And then when that one gets put out of business, they move it to the next company.
That's a criminal conspiracy. I mean, and it's like I just wrote. Go ahead.
They track it by the VIN numbers. She says, you know, trucks get bought and sold. That's understandable. But you can literally watch these. All the trucks in one company will automatically, on the same date, all move to the next company.
You know, in spy movies, when the guy actually, has an exfil plan, and he has a trap door inside of the house, and the moment he even has anybody breach his perimeter, he goes right down through the trap door into the tunnels, and then makes his way out to the next building down the way. That's exactly what these people have done. That's exactly it. This is so. It's really funny. Jimmy Breslin once said, "Some of these guys work so hard at being criminals, you wonder what they could accomplish if they actually would play by the rules." Mm-hmm. It's just they like thieving. This is about people who actually enjoy this. These are professional criminals. Yeah.
And they were probably into that in the country they were in. They came over here, figured out the system, and are doing the same thing again. But they can make more money over here doing it.
Think about how, and I mean darkly, think about how nefariously brilliant that is, that eventually they're going to shut you down, and what you do is you actually have your next destination already figured out, the moment somebody shows up looking for you. I got to do my pledge and national anthem, but we are off to a rip-roaring start. Thank you, my friend. It's good to hear from you. Keep on sending that stuff, and I'll keep sending you stuff that'll make you paranoid as well. Okay?
Cool. All right, everyone be careful out there. And Oklahoma DPS, you still got work to do. There's still over 61,000 out there.
Well said. Well done. Well said. By the way, you can give us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. We got Jody, and we can get more on the other side of this break.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Well, we made it to Friday. And we're excited that it is Friday. But you know I got a word for you from the Lord before you get into your activities. It's found in Romans chapter 8, verse 25. He says, but if we hope for what we see not, then do we with patience wait for it. Sounds like Paul got something up his sleeve, don't it? He said, but if we hope for what we don't see, he said, but we still have to have patience to wait on him. This weekend, I want you to think about it, and I want you to pray about it. I want you to sit down with God and lay out your plan. Listen to me. Lay out the plan that's on your heart and ask God to make sure that it's a plan that he can use and that you are asking him to use you in it. Listen to what I just said. This weekend, taking right down what you want God to do, the expectations of who you are and what you want to see God do in your life. Taking right down and lay it out before God and ask God. Now listen to me. Say, Lord, if these are your plans for me, then allow me to be able to be used by you to do them. That's something to think about, ain't it? God bless you, brothers and sisters. Hang on in there.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you.
Well, thank you, Pastor, because I'm glad you gave that word to us before we got into our activities.
I know, there was an implication in the way he said that.
You're going to be doing something that's a little bit sinful this weekend, aren't you?
You're going to get into something. You're going to get into some mischief. How about we just call it mischief as opposed to sinful?
I like that.
What is it? Mischief with the possibility of sin. It's cloudy with the possibility of sin.
Yeah, cloudy with a chance of meatballs.
And the pastor just wants to get a good word in there to make sure that you're thinking about the good word before you do the bad words.
I just want you to know I'm on your shoulder. I'm watching you.
The pastor is out there looking out for us all and looking at us all. I see you. You know, we often like being seen, but you don't want to be seen by the pastor if you're doing wrong.
Dude, that's a scary dude to be staring at you across the hall.
Yeah, if he's giving you the warmth, if he's the guy across the room giving you the warmth, then you are in the loving embrace of the eternal. If he's the guy across the room giving you the eye,
run.
Run, or get your stuff together and get that warmth going again.
Leave town.
Speaking of getting that warmth going again, let's go back to the phones. Who do I got?
Oh, Florida man.
Florida man, the good Florida man as opposed to the bad Florida man. What's going on, Sunshine State?
Jody with a Y.
What's going on? Oh, we're just cruising through Alabama. Nice chilly morning. You know, fall's in the air, man. It all works.
What part of Alabama?
Yeah. I'm coming up to Montgomery.
Oh, Angel
over here off of 231. Yeah.
Before we get to what you want to say, Jody, can I tell you about a little mischief? I won't say his name. A friend of mine wanted to engage in. So somebody from the previous platform reached out to him to come on that show. Not Tim's, not Casey's, and not Mark Willis's. One of the shows over there. And this friend of ours pretty much said he told him absolutely not. He told him to stuff it. I mean, really told him to stuff it. But he actually called me, and we had this really funny conversation. He goes, he said, since I'm going to be joining you guys in a month or so with kind of a regular recurring segment, he said, I thought about going on there and just being like, well, what are you doing now? And then literally turning the entire interview into a 15-minute conversation about Radio Nemo. So if anybody wants to do any mischief today, make any phone calls and say Radio Nemo forever or Dave Nemo rules on the other platform, I'm encouraging people to do that now. I'm sorry, Jody, you called for a reason. What's on your mind?
Well, that just gave me a brilliant idea how to ruin somebody's day next week, but okay. Anyway.
You're welcome.
Go on.
We were going to talking about the feeding of the animals here, but Showtime, he kind of said something that makes a lot of sense with all these foreign drivers. Mm-hmm. But like you and Dave and I had this conversation last week or the week before. My days are scattered. But anyways, when I'm helping drivers back in and they're American and they've only had 3 weeks of training, they probably shouldn't be on the road. All right, because I had to, like I told you guys then, she had no clue that there was two sides to the truck. She kept on sticking her head out the driver's side window, not even looking in the mirrors, to try to back into a spot. Okay, and as far as under the influence, you and I have had this conversation months ago. You know, when I'm watching drivers come on out from stores that's next to a truck stop with a case of beer, and the next morning the empty case is sitting next to where their truck was parked. So they're driving down the road. You're still under the influence.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not just the foreign driver that's doing it, which they should all go if they're driving illegally and, you know, they're here illegally. Don't get me wrong. I'm not backing them up at all. But it's not just them. You know, when I walk by drivers that's coming out of the fuel island, you know, they just park their truck and they walk by me and all I can smell is marijuana, which I don't have a problem with that either. If you're at home on your home time and you want to smoke a joint, I don't see the harm in that. I don't write the laws. It's not my rule, but I don't see the harm in that. But when I know that you're smoking it in the truck and driving it down the road, okay, that I have an issue with that. It's not just the foreign drivers doing it. It's not just men. It's men and women. It's all of the above.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, Jody, and that's the thing, too, that, you know, that Showtime and I, you and I, and a lot of other people said, until we start going after the people who cut these people checks or cut these people half a check and then steal all the money back for themselves, this will go on and on and on. And by the way, thank you. Being hungover is still being under the influence as far as I'm concerned. Because as a person who used to be hungover on a regular basis, I wasn't even at 50%. I don't care what I told myself. If I was hungover, if I was massively hungover, I shouldn't have been behind the wheel of anything.
Everything's throwing you off.
Everything is throwing you off. Literally, you are photosensitive in ways that you are not when you're sober. I mean, it's brutal. Anybody who has been really rip-roaring hungover should not be behind the wheel of a truck. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, you and I have talked about it. You know, I mean, at one time I did have a serious drinking problem. God willing, now I may not drink for 6 months, and I know when to put it down when I am drinking, okay? But it's not like it was back when I was hauling gravel, for an example. I mean, that's, for one thing, you're working 12, 14, 16 hours a day out in the hot sun, and your boss happens to own the bar right next door to where you park the truck. It's not a good combination. And when you're young and bulletproof, you don't think about it. But as you get older and you start listening to, like you and I have had this conversation, listening to people like Old Man Larry that has saved my butt many times, okay, you start growing up in a world that you didn't know existed, you know, and you start making the right decisions. It's just that you make a bunch of stupid decisions before you make that right decision, if you understand what I mean. Thank God nothing bad happened, because when you're running up and down the road at 161,000 pounds all day long, a lot of terrible things can go real bad real quick when you're hungover. Yeah,
that's just the truth of the matter. Jody, thank you so much for the call. We actually have to take our break. Our good friend Trucker Boaston says, stop the debauchery. Pastor John is watching you. He's got his eye on you. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. So watch out for those activities, for goodness sake. We'll be right back.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OBAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Just like a good setup and a punchline, Mac and Cheese delivers the sticky goods.
Hey, Mac, you know, oral hygiene is very important for vampires.
Too much garlic in the cascateria?
You eat enough of that, and you'll get bat breath.
That joke sucks.
Tune in next time as we shift into fun
With Mac and Cheese.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
We want to give a big shout out to our friend Scott Cooper, who actually told Dre and I both good morning over on the Tube of You, where he is yakking it up. Scott, we hope you're doing well. Hope you're hanging in there. Your friend Jerry has been by the studio. Maybe it's about time that you and the wife and the boys, and they're no longer boys, by the way. We've been doing this journey for so long, Dre, that there are a number of people like Rod Knopfsinger's son, who I knew when he was a young teenager, who is now a lieutenant and basically an Annapolis graduate and studying nuclear propulsion right now.
Only?
That's where the world has come to. Scott's sons, who all look alike for a reason, all three of them. I've watched them go from being a bunch of unruly kids to turning into fine young men. Putting together your life over time, most people actually are able to kind of do it, even with their grandparents and their families, because they have a direct line to everything that went on. There is very little disruption. Just to kind of give you an example of how the world can change, my mother and father had to spend over a year kind of reassembling their memories after Katrina. I mean, Dave and Cheryl never got all that RadioNemo paraphernalia back when Nashville flooded. A simple natural disaster can disrupt the world and actually unmoor you from your past. One single thing can actually disrupt that, even when you have these unbroken continuums. I bring all of this up, by the way. It's a beautiful thing to be able to kind of reconstruct what you've lost, even if the reconstruction of what you've lost is tragedy. That we all should make a habit of, as we've talked to a number of historians on this show who have told people, if there is anyone who is alive who can give you a direct line to who you were and where you came from, you should take full advantage of that, because reconstructing gaps and absences when no one is there anymore is often an amount of heavy lifting. And a certain amount of heavy lifting goes on here in this absolutely wonderful book. I can't talk about this enough. Anne Hand joins us again, and the name of the book is Austrian Again. And we want to welcome her. We want to say good morning to her on this wonderful, beautiful Friday in the city of New Orleans. By the way, she goes back to 85 in New York and currently divides her time between Massachusetts and Mexico City. She's got a Bachelor of Science from McGill University and a Master of Education from Harvard. She has spent her career blending research, policy, and practice to create social impact in the Americas and beyond. She's a recognized expert in global education and development, and she is frequently published on topics related to technology and society. Austrian Again is her first book. Good morning to you, Anne. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks for having me, and thanks to everybody listening at home or on the road or wherever y'all are.
Let's just kind of begin really simply. This begins with a headline, and this begins with almost a reconstruction project. So can you kind of talk about that headline and the ignition switch that it sets off that leads us to this book?
Yeah, so I was reading the news one day. It was sort of maybe 6 months into the pandemic. I was at home, and like a lot of us were, right? And there was just that kind of like anxiety, right? That we all kind of felt, not knowing where things were going. And I just remember reading the news one morning and seeing this headline that I was like, huh. Because when we read the news, I mean, we're reading about other people. We're not reading about things that necessarily you think are gonna impact you or be part of your life. So I read this headline that Austria, which it's a small country in Central Europe, it doesn't usually make headlines, They were opening this new restoration citizenship pathway for people whose families had been persecuted during World War II, during the lead up, like in the 1930s, with all of the political and religious persecution, and then in the 40s, with what actually happened during the war. And I knew that, we had some of that history. I knew that my great grandmother had been fortunate to be able to flee from Vienna, the capital of Austria, in 1938. But nobody had really talked about any of that. Nobody had, passed on the stories of what happened. We just kind of knew high level that, like, yes, like bullet point, this happened, and that happened, and she got out, and she was lucky. So, I was curious. I wanted to learn more. And it kind of became this deep dive to reconstruct these family stories that nobody had passed down, and I really appreciate what you were saying kind of a few minutes ago, where these kinds of disruptions, and you just don't know, right? You don't know how things are going to unfold and what's going to happen, and then within that, afterwards, the way that those stories are told or not told, that also, I think, impacts how people move forward and see themselves and everything. So yeah, it was a really, really cool and interesting process, and I'm so glad that I was able to do it.
The other thing, and like I said, we can only relate to the personal and the anecdotal through our own personal anecdotal kind of things. Many years ago, my father got a chance to take his parents back to Ireland. They had never been there. My mom has people over there. She comes from there, but my dad, they've always been in the U.S. since the 1840s. And he actually got a chance to go back to a little small plot of earth between two very small hamlets, Abbey and Dorney. And he suddenly realized that he was looking at the ground where his people had come from. And to be able in that moment, he said, to see that plot of earth, that poor plot of earth, and to realize where that journey had taken the entire family over the course of many decades, over a century, was overwhelming. Can you kind of talk about the idea of when you return and as you grapple with the issue of Austrian citizenship, but as you also begin to put things back together, were there moments for you where you had that sense of awe, the idea that, somebody over cover of night literally says, this place is not for me anymore and I have to start the world again anew, but to go back to where it all begins? What kind of impact does that make on you as both a writer and as somebody who is interested in their roots?
I think it's something that you can't really understand until you experience, because it sounds kind of cliche, I think, a lot of the time when you have this like overpowering sense of just emotion, like really pure emotion that you hadn't anticipated at all. Because when you're removed from it, you're thousands and thousands of miles away, and it's much more of an idea than like a reality, I guess. That's you can kind of rationalize it, and you can say like, okay, this is what happened. Here's what I'm finding in the historical record. Here's the documentation. Here's what I'm finding, about cousins from these archives in Austria and Germany and Poland, and so you can kind of like wrap your head around it in a different way. But when you're actually, in the physical space, or you realize that like, oh my gosh, like this is real and this is crazy, and you sort of break down a little bit, and everybody who does this, who has that real deep sense of connection, I think that they feel that, and they feel that in different ways, and for me, it's interesting, I guess, because they had to leave, and they never really went back in any meaningful way. I mean, a couple of my great aunts went back to see the old family apartment, and some of the neighbors were still there, and this was back in the 1970s, and they had left 30, 40 years before, and that's a very different thing. That was more like, oh, okay, like you're doing fine, great, we're doing fine, and nobody talked about the war and what happened, and how devastating that was for everybody, because it was too much. I think and at a personal level, if you're just a regular person, you want to keep things okay. You want to keep things moving on, and not dwell if you don't have to. And I think that was kind of my own family's way of dealing with a lot of this, is like you you don't have a choice. You have to pivot. You have to do what you can that's best for you to keep your life moving forward. And it's just not, of course, they thought about it, and I'm sure they, felt survivor's guilt, but they didn't transmit those feelings down. So the first time I went to Vienna, I was actually just sort of a tourist. I was there for like a day, and I did all the stuff that you do, in the downtown, and you see the castle, and you see the church, and you see the opera house, and stuff like that. And it was nice. It's a beautiful city, but I didn't feel a kind of personal connection, although I knew my family was from there. It still felt like a tourist kind of thing. But it is like very different now, knowing that my great grandfather is buried in Vienna's Central Cemetery, and knowing where they lived, and knowing what the city's like now, and kind of feeling it out in a different way. And there's not like necessarily a plot of land. I think land and that kind of rootedness to land and to property and all of that, that's just a very different kind of sense of permanence that we all want to have. And then to reconnect with that, it's just incredible. It's so powerful. It's so moving, and it makes you feel like really connected, I think, to this big, circle of humanity in a way that not a lot of things can make us feel these days.
One of the other interesting things, too, in regards to the structure of the book, because it is as much, it's so many things at once. It is a memoir of a present-day event that has happened very recently, but it is also a memoir of the reconstruction of family history through anecdotes and bits and pieces as it goes through. So you're moving forward in the current time, while at the same time having to kind of do these drop downs to kind of go underneath to kind of put the world together around you. And in many ways, while it is while the work is of course focused on you, it becomes a great textbook for a lot of our friends out there who are looking to reconstruct their own family histories. So many of our listeners out there, my father-in-law, the man whom the show is named after, one side of his family is Eastern European, and it is always the one that has been the hardest for him to kind of put back together, because you're dealing with two things in regards to middle century history. Number one, of course, you're dealing with the war and the Holocaust, essentially the evaporation of the existence of so many human lives, both on the battlefield and in far worse conditions than that, all across Eastern Europe. But you're also dealing with generations of people who want to put it behind them. You talk about survivor's guilt, but how many people, in the diaspora that actually ends up leaving Eastern Europe change their names, change their realities? America really is, as Bernard Bayless said, a place to begin the world anew. And there were people who were like, we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to hold on to the old traditions. We're going to become part of the United States of amnesia. So can you kind of talk about that as well, the idea of, as you're writing this book, how you decided to make the balance between your own personal journey as you wrestle with Austrian citizenship, but also what to put into the book in regards to what you thought needed to be highlighted from your family. And with the second question is, and I have an idea what they are there any particular things that you discovered that you found profoundly moving or literally stopped you in your tracks?
So I'm going to answer the second question first,
okay,
because that's an easier question in a way, and then I'm going to go back to your first question, and they're both really, really, really great questions. So the one, the sort of stopped me in my tracks, like what is this, was when I found a cousin's name on a deportation list. So he was sort of part of the first. So we all know that. The whole Nazi extermination campaign, Final Solution, death camps, all of that. It didn't happen overnight. It was a very sort of multi-year process of, building the infrastructure and the apparatus, and then finally, moving to do all of that. And one of the first sort of, pilot projects, if you want to call it that, which sounds terrible, but that's really what it was, for how to kind of do this, how to move.
And that's how the Germans thought. I want to make this really clear, guys. That's how the Germans worked. That was what was so insidious about it, was that it was the literal human version of a lobster boil. They did not literally sweep in and then overnight there were concentration camps. They slowly and methodically, around everybody, the world changed, and before you knew it, you were standing in a strange, awful, dystopian landscape. Sorry about that. I wanted to make sure people were clear on that.
Oh yeah, no, it's a great thing to remind people that this stuff doesn't happen, from one day to the next. It's a process that builds and builds, and if nobody stops it, nobody sort of turns the heat down. It just keeps going. So, what I found was that we had this cousin, and my grandparents, my great grandparents, they both had huge families. My great grandmother, I think, was one of six. My great grandfather was one of eight. And when I was growing up, we didn't have a lot of cousins. We didn't. It was just, my grandfather and his siblings never had kids. So it was just kind of us and our immediate family and a couple of cousins. So I realized just how big this extended family had been in Central Europe at the time, and they all just kind of disappeared, and nobody talked about them. Nobody said what happened, and of course I think you all kind of assume what the worst, but at the same time, the way that I grew up, the victims were the people, who did suffer, in the death camps and in, the forced labor and all of that. But I never felt like my family was connected to it because I didn't hear the stories, and I didn't have like an anchor, I guess, to place myself within that. And the anchor that I found was a cousin who was deported in kind of the first step of trains, like shipping young men out of Czechoslovakia into occupied Poland. And it was this project called the Nisko Plan, and they didn't have like camps at that point or anything like that. They just sort of shipped them into the middle of nowhere where there was nothing and said, okay, like you guys figure it out. And pretty much everybody either ran away or passed away. And he didn't show up anywhere else in the record. He was just on this train deportation list when he was 17. And I was like, that was what stopped me. And I was just like, are you like, what? Like he was 17, and it's the kind of thing that you're just like, yeah, that stopped me. And that, even now I'm kind of feeling shivers just talking about it a little bit, because it's like, what do you even do? What do you even say, other than know that everybody whose families were connected to this, like even if they didn't talk about it, like the worlds that they inhabited were completely destroyed. And everybody who's a descendant of people who were part of that in some way, we're all still affected and impacted. And we just have to, recognize it, and everybody needs to find their own anchor for how they feel like they're connected to it, even if the stories themselves didn't get passed down. And then your first question, with the book, I think I just wanted to take people along for the ride with me, and I appreciate really, what you're saying. I hope that was transmitted, because it's complicated, and I think that it's hard to kind of know, how to go along for the ride when the ride is sort of like these spokes in different directions, right? And how do you sort of take those spokes and kind of like weave them together into something that people are gonna be able to understand and go along for the ride with you, and hopefully take whatever out of it that resonates with them, and hopefully think about their own families and these stories that they don't know what they are, but maybe they'd be really meaningful now to try to figure out what they are. It's really easy to find a lot of these historical records that I don't think I knew existed before I started this project. Like I'm not a hobbyist genealogist. I don't have like a gigantic thing up on Ancestry or anything like that. But a lot of people have already done that. There's so much already out there that you can just kind of go to the library, go onto Ancestry, and like tap into it and just start to dig a little bit and see what you find and see how that relates to the stories that or the stories that you grew up with, and just think about it, right? And think about what it means today.
I want to add something for our listeners out there. Often when we deal with memoirs or the reconstruction of past events, it's a really difficult piece of writing to kind of engage in, because it is the one that people often gravitate towards the first, thinking it's the simplest. But it's got to have a clear entry point, a clear rising action, and then a clear kind of exit point. This one does, okay? Austrian, again, does have that, which then allows you to be able to breathe through it with expositional digression. I'm going to call it a digression. I want to call it a side mission, because there are so many people you have to kind of reconstitute, reconstruct, and find. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about the writing too, how difficult is it, you get to know somebody and then you have a gap, how difficult is it to avoid speculating about what they might have thought or what might have happened on the in-between when the records aren't there? Did you struggle with having to make that call as well, because you feel you get to know people, but we really don't, because the past is a science fiction landscape. I mean, there's a point where you go so far back in the past that we wouldn't even recognize the mores and the behaviors. We wouldn't know why men pull their pant leg up before they actually go to sit down in the 40s. I mean, it's all those little things. But how much of this, by the time it was done, did you feel like you had a clean, kind of clear understanding of the human beings that you were putting back together?
That's a great question. And actually earlier versions, they had a lot more speculation, to be perfectly honest. They had speculation.
It's a tough call, isn't it? It's a tough call. It's a hard call when you start having to cut that stuff too, because you feel like you know them. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. It is a tough call. And this whole project started out, and this is not a spoiler at all. I mean, the book starts out saying I never thought I'd write a book. So it's, the whole project started out as just like me, I think, trying to wrap my head around what this reconstruction process was and what it meant, particularly as the things that I started to find in my own research. They just didn't necessarily align with like the stories I'd been told as a kid. I mean, some of them did, some of them didn't, but it was like trying to wrap my head around like, well, why is this the case, right? And you have to think about, these family members, these people who are no longer with us, as people, rather than as like my grandfather or something like that. And it was so fascinating to me, for example, that I was 35. Yeah, I was 35 when I started the project. And, in figuring out the ages and kind of what was happening, my great aunt, who was the one who was in charge of basically doing all the paperwork to get her mother and her sister out of Vienna after the Nazis had annexed it, she was 34. And, you're thinking like, what would I be doing if this is like, instead of, me sitting at home kind of like puzzling through this in my head, like my job was to get my mother out of a very, very bad situation without the technology that we have, without knowing how long it's going to take, without knowing what's going to happen, without being able to call, without being able to like text and do FaceTime and stuff like what would I have been thinking? So I think like it helps to think of these people as people, right? And not these ideas of, like my great aunt, that was my great aunt Valerie, right? I have ideas of great aunt Valerie, but that's different than saying like when she was 34, she had to do this and she was able to do it. And how would I be doing it if I had to do it now? So understanding, these relatives as people and contemporaries in a way. I mean, like you're saying, science fiction, time traveling contemporaries, but like, I think that we, at the end of the day, we're all people, and when we have to do things that are very, stressful and time constrained and all that, like we don't know how we're going to deal with it until we actually have to do it. So just thinking that, she had to go through this when we were basically the same age. I mean, that's a crazy thing to sort of like, not even like, I can't even draw a parallel, just understand like what would I do? So thinking about, these caricatures of people as like, and not caricatures, but just like you have your family ideas of like who they were and what they did, but thinking about them as real people sort of navigating these like very uncharted circumstances that are very, very high stakes and very, very stressful, that lends a sense of empathy to everything that they were doing. This was such a inflection point for so many people in terms of their paths and their sense of selves, even if they ended up fine at the end. So the speculation like was certainly there, and then a lot of it just came out through the editing process, because it just didn't resonate with people. It was like too much in my head. It was like too far from the arc and the storyline itself that people could follow, and that's also part of it too. You have to realize like who you're writing for, and at the beginning I was writing for myself, but as the book evolved and the story evolved and the project evolved, it became less about me writing for myself, because I understood, I think, in a much better sense, like what had happened and what was going on. And it became a very different kind of writing. And the purpose of that writing and the goal of that writing is to bring people along with you for the ride and hope that, whatever they want to pull out of it, they're going to pull out of it, and they're going to run with it, and they're going to do their thing. And my job is to make that accessible. So I think that's sort of how it evolved, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense, by the way, guys, and it is accessible and it is profound at the same time. My entry point for it, of course, was the conversations I had to have with my great aunt about simply leaving the city of New Orleans right before Katrina hit. And had she not walked out of that city, had she stayed in her home, the 13 feet of water that ended up racing through the breach was less than 5 blocks from her home. And even then, then, Anne, she was deeply resentful that she had to leave her stuff behind, even though it all got destroyed. Deeply resentful of that. And I kept saying to myself, people say, well, why don't you just leave? And the number of people who say stuff like, why didn't they just leave? It's your life. Mm-hmm. You are literally grounded there. You have built an entire life. You look around the world, and it's a world that you have built, and it is a very difficult thing to simply leave that world behind, no matter what is coming for you, because you have to go off into terra incognita, that place that we don't know. Mm-hmm. And we are so thrilled that you could join us this morning. We are out of time. I wanted to make sure I gave you some time, along with being able to find Anne over on X. Is there any other places you want to send people in regards to social media?
Yeah, so I'm also on Facebook and LinkedIn and Blue Sky. So any of those, like I'm there. I'm posting stuff about the book and what we're doing and events and things like that. Some of the events are in person, some of them are virtual. And the book's available on Amazon and bookshop.org and Barnes & Noble. So that's the easiest way to get your hands on it. Just, order it. If you want to support your local bookstores, definitely go with Bookshop. And, I'm just so, excited and humbled by, the response that this is getting, by people, just talking to me about their own families, like we're just chatting right now and being really, led into these worlds in conversation. It's such a privilege. So just thank you so much. And I hope everybody likes the book.
I know it's your first one. I hope it's not your last. If you get something else done that you want to share with me and my listeners, we would love to have you back. Thank you so much, Anne, for making the time.
Thank you so much. Thanks to everybody listening.
Anne Hand, of course, we are thrilled to have her here. You can find her on X, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on all the newfangled technologies, by the way. The name of the book is Austrian Again. We'll be back on the other side with our good friend Terry Taylor. He's coming up here. We're going to have a little bit of news before then and then bring him in for a segment. We'll be right back. It's Road Gang Radio. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, and back on the road. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reefs Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reefs Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reefs Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reefs Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Reefs Challenge at reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance. A house is never still in darkness to those who listen intently. There's a whispering in distant chambers. An unearthly hand presses the snib of the window. The latch rises. Ghosts were created when the first man woke in the night.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Amen to that, Lindsay. And she will be here a little bit later on because she's busy, man. She got things going on.
She's recording a podcast, as a matter of fact. Probably going to drop in around 9:30. LaRue will be joining us then, by the way. The dash cam video from a triple fatality crash in Southern California on Tuesday has been released following the arrest of the young truck driver for potentially driving under the influence. Many of you have already seen it. On October 21st, you know the story. It was in Ontario, California. It left 3 people dead and 4 injured. The 21-year-old truck driver has not been named, but is currently in police custody on suspicions of driving under the influence of drugs. 4 semi-trucks and 4 other vehicles were involved in the crash, including one vehicle that burst into flames. It is available over on a number of platforms. I am going to warn you, it is not for the faint at heart, but then again, you guys are all members of Nemo Nation and Road Gang Radio and the We Should Write community, so all of you have strong hearts, and I would advise you, though, to bring those strong hearts and that thick skin, because it is rough to kind of watch and to kind of listen to it all unfold. Okay, so welcome back to Road Gang Radio, and as always, once a month, and could not have picked a better time, because if we had him in on next week, he wouldn't be here next week. Trey, give me a little introduction music for our next guest. MockingbirdToys.com is the place to go. 1313 Mockingbird KS in the Book of Face. Over on the gram of Insta, it's 1313 Mockingbird KS, of course being for Kansas. And then on the Tube of You, you can actually see them as well. You can find out what Terry sounds like and looks like. You only know what he sounds like from this show. Mockingbird Lane Toys at Mockingbird Lane Toys on YouTube. Of course, it's our favorite small business owner, and well, the fangs are always free where the fun is at 1313 Mockingbird Lane. Our good friend Terry Taylor joins us. Happy season to you, my friend.
Good morning.
It's the best time of the year. Always.
It really is. And we'll get to how business is going in a little bit, but I want to know how the action's going on over there. There's a lot of stuff percolating over on social media. You got a lot of groovy things happening. What is going on with T-Town? Terrifying Terry Taylor.
Oh, just the usual Halloween shenanigans, you know. I started doing October scavenger hunts now, where I plot things around downtown Lawrence and let people come and find them and put spooky things in bags for people, and try and do fun things that cheer everybody up this October season.
That's cool.
Okay, so by the way, this is a different thing. Like if I were to ask you in July, you know, what is an average day like? And every time you came on the show in like, you know, May, June, July, August, you'd be like, why do you open the show with that? This is the one time a year. Can I be like, what is an average day over the course of this week, the one that just concluded, and the upcoming week? What does it look like? And you can give us any of those days, but it must be busy, 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 because while you're trying to run a business, you're also trying to run events simultaneously. Just give us a couple of examples.
Sure. Well, generally I've been starting my mornings, we're doing a Halloween pop-up bar across the street, which, you know, I know your listeners know from last month when we kind of talked about it. So I spend them, I get up, I don't know, usually 5:30, 6 a.m., run over there, do about an hour and a half of maintenance, because, you know, when you involve spooky things, food, and drinks, every day, things get messed up. So there's always a lot of maintenance to do over there. Like, props get knocked over, things get just moved around. So I go and just kind of do all that stuff. Then I come to the store, do all my book work. Then I plot out my scavenger hunts for the week, Halloween specific scavenger hunts. And then I try and film fun videos for Halloween. And then once we open the doors, it's been great. There's been people coming in with costumes already. We had a Frankenstein in the other day, some Ghostbusters, people who are just like, you know what? I drove from Springfield, Missouri. We weren't going to be able to come around, actual Halloween week. So we just, as a family, wore our Ghostbusters outfits just for you, drove 2 hours, and they're shopping in the store on a Wednesday in full Ghostbusters garb. And we have a lot of fun stuff like that happen in October where people, it's like we're their tiny excuse for them to do spooky season a little longer or a little earlier. And it's super fun. We laugh a lot here. We talk about horror movies a lot during the year. And last night, Liz and I went to a place called Powell Gardens in Kansas City, which is like a botanical gardens. But during the last 2 weeks of October, they do a thing called the Dark Forest, where they bring in this, they're a Kansas City-based troupe called Quixotic, but they're world-renowned. They get flown. They're kind of like the next Cirque du Soleil. I just massacred that name, sorry.
Cirque du Soleil.
But Soleil, yeah, sorry. I was talking we went to the Dark Forest last night and, of course, spent hours just talking, so my voice is kind of hoarse. But they do this Quixotic does this encompassing forest. You walk, it's about a mile long, where it's like performance art and installations and spooky people running around, but it's not a haunted house. It's much more
it's like Sleep No More. It's a happening. It's like Sleep No More. It's the very definition. It's a haunted happening is a good way to kind of think about this stuff. We actually had them on the show a couple of years back, by the way, when we had a weekend show. Oh yeah. We used to have, I don't know if you know this, Terry, when we did the weekend show, every year we would have the 5 biggest haunted houses in the United States on the show. We just don't have any, our new format doesn't allow us the time. We picked you. I'm not being, I mean, it's the truth. But we used to have on the 13th Gate, we had on the Sleepy Hollow experience, and a number of more upgrade experiences as well, too. I mean, you're right, though. What you're talking about, by the way, is, and I know you, because you do these kind of events as a small business owner, but also as an event planner. And Lindsay talks about this all the time. How you have to do the same thing we do is that we often sit there in admiration for the logistical magnificence of a situation while at the same time trying to be swept away with what they call the suspension of disbelief. It's hard to suspend your disbelief when you're in deep admiration for how did you get this pumpkin patch in the middle of all of this stuff,
Yeah. Well, I was a concert promoter for 30 years, and I booked 100 capacity shows to 40,000 seater arena stadium shows. So I'm very familiar with the production aspects, what it takes to put on a very specific big event with, they have fire and it's crazy. But yeah, the first year we ever went, like 4 years ago, we're walking through and all I did was analytically analyze, like, how did they get power to have these, I just couldn't wrap my head around how they were producing it in the middle of a forest. And it was great. But now, 4 years in, I just go, I enjoy the ride, just enjoy the experience. And it's really nice because when I'm out at places like that, people I get a lot of like, you're the toy store guy, or you're 1313 Mockingbird Lane. And it's so funny. Liz and I laugh because when we're in public situations like that where we get a lot of recognition, the funny thing is a lot of people are like, I follow you on Instagram, I follow you on Facebook, never been to your store, but I love your social media. And we just kind of laugh because it's like the store, we want the social media to bring people to the store. We don't want to be just a social media presence. Like if the store closed today, I probably wouldn't even keep my social media accounts because I do it for the love of the store. But it's always a funny experience when we're out and we have that, and we had that happen a lot last night.
Really quickly, Terry, this doesn't happen often in course of this segment, but I've never stopped him from doing it. Dre really has something he wants to tell you. I want to get him in here for this really quickly.
Dude, Terry, I have one of my best friend's childhood friends, his dad basically grew up like, he did the little haunted house in his house, and he went in these different competitions, and he did pretty good. And then I moved away for a while, and I came back, and my buddy was like, hey, yeah, I want you to come see the trail that my dad ended up doing, because he buried this woman that had land and all this stuff. Dude, the whole time.
Married. You said buried.
What did I say? I said buried.
You said buried, dude.
Both, sure, same thing. So, but basically, he came in and took over this property and did this massive thing, like how he said that was one of the guests that we would have on. It was Dark Woods in Natchitoches, Louisiana. And you're thinking this small town, especially me being biased of being in a small town, and you said about doing it in the middle of the woods. I'm sitting there being like, all right, listen, dude, who did you bribe? Who did you bring in? Like, you didn't do this. And it was all him, and it's extraordinary.
Wow.
And it's just sitting there thinking, how did you drop the temperature on this bridge to make it feel so eerie when it's in the middle of summer or something? Yeah. So the fact that the things that they can do with just little to nothing to work with, but at the same time, the creativity is amazing.
Yeah, and Terry, I wanted to kind of bring that point up as well really quickly back at you, is that it's a great reminder for everybody out there that when you experience those kind of things, whether it's at the store, whether it's at a haunted house, it really is great to be mindful from time to time and remember somebody cared enough about your experience to take the extra step to really put the sealant in the vision. And you do that a lot, don't you? I mean, there are little tiny things you do around the store just to make sure the experience is perfectamundo, right?
Oh, no. I mean, for me, Liz and I worry about the store experience for our customers more than we do about the sale. We want things to be fun and perfect. And there's even things I'll be doing sometimes. Liz will be like, I don't know, like if I'm in a rush and I have a checklist of like little things I want to get done before we open if we're doing an event. She's like, I don't know if someone will notice. And I'm like, I'll notice. And I feel validation when I'm like, one of the funniest little things we have in the store is I have this little electrical box. It's not, I don't know, it's 6-inch, 8-inch by 8-inch, kind of hidden off in the corner on a wall. You don't really see it. It's got a little bit of electrical wires hanging down. It's a gag thing that you turn it on and the wires light up and move around and shock, whatever. And I hid it kind of behind one of our shelf coffins, and you really have to be looking to find it. And I'll always have, every once in a while, I'll hear someone turn it on, and it gets a laugh every time. And it's like, but you have to be looking, and people are always like, that is so great. I'm like, I know. I didn't think anyone would ever see it or find it, but it makes me smile inside every time I hear it kind of go off when someone does actually look around the back of it and see it.
Well, I'll tell you this, too. I had a friend of mine once said, and this was something that really landed with me, and it's something that will land with a lot of our listeners out there. There are things that you do that people never see, they can feel. And I never knew what he meant by that until it finally happened. The idea that it's like some people, my great uncle, God rest his soul, he lived to 100. And I tell you, man, his pocket square always matched his tie. I did not notice it until like the 20th time I went out with him. Once I noticed it, I knew it in the sense that I knew it before I noticed it. I could feel it. And there's stuff that kind of gets lost there. I wanted to ask you a question about our listeners for a second here. Since you started doing this segment with us, since you noticed so much as a former promoter, we had a guy, Showtime, a lot of these guys drive trucks for musical events. And they were all talking about what it takes to set up a venue from the moment you arrive to the moment the people hit the stage. Do you see the trucks now as well, too? I know you see a lot of the strings and you see a lot of the machinery behind the equation. But do you see the trucks more now since you started doing this show, or have you always seen them?
Oh, I mean, you mean, no, I always have, because generally as a music promoter, once the bands load in, one of the main concerns that if the drivers are with good bands and us is to make sure the driver gets to his hotel room and his day room so he can get rest, showered, and because essentially the drivers, and we've talked about this for years in the music business, is that the drivers are like the gatekeepers for the bands. I mean, essentially, after the show, the bands get in their bunks, go to sleep, and and they're putting their essentially trust that they're getting the point A to point B. And it's great because even though I'm not in the music, I'm not booking shows anymore. I'm right across the street from the Granada Theater, and they have they have a little parking lot that bands have to park their semis and buses in, and it is a treacherous turn to get in there. And the venue has shows every other day, and I see bands, parking their production semis or buses in there, and that takes, no joke, customers even remarked about it, how much skill it takes to get in, and it's a tight turn to get in there and park. But then while the bands are loading in, the drivers always come into our store, and we just hang out and talk shop, and a lot of them will recognize me. They're like, "You look so familiar," and I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, I was a music promoter forever." And they're like, "Were you in Iowa City, 15 years ago with Seether or something?" Because the drivers, they don't just do one band. They just go from gig to gig to gig to gig. And it's really cool. A lot of them, we will recognize each other even 20 years later. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and like I said, if we often hear stories about these truck drivers who have a small business that ends up getting rewarded by the people that that they drive for. Often will get big bonuses at the end of the day, and it's a great confirmation of that. And you're absolutely right, because I don't know if you know this, we do a lot of work with Truckers Against Trafficking, because those guys figured out the best way to stop human trafficking on the highway was actually put people who keep their eyes out everywhere, who literally have their heads on a swivel and can recognize. And by the way, how many times has a truck driver saved the talent from an unruly group of kids, or from somebody who wanting to get backstage? I mean, they are the first line of defense. And I can't imagine on some of these bigger haunted houses that some of these guys who they have to bring in, sometimes teamsters, sometimes owner-operators, sometimes working for companies, but how many times has somebody, who has actually, been there from beginning to end, made a difference in maintaining the safety or the integrity of the institution, whether it's a concert venue or a haunted happening, as we are now going to call them from this point moving forward, because we're artistes here. Okay, I just wanted to take a moment to kind of ask that question here. Let's talk about what is to come, because we're not going to get a chance to talk with you next week. So let's talk about all of next week, because I have to imagine that you guys treat Halloween the same way New Orleanians treat Mardi Gras. It ain't a one-day event. It's been building already. But what is to come? Things to come. What's going on?
Well, next week, most of our stuff next week is at the back end, because Liz and I do work other jobs, so we're at the hospital the first couple days of the week. The store's still open, but we're just not here. But once we return, our big things next week, we're doing our annual costume contest. For the first time ever, we're doing 2 days in a row. We're doing it Thursday and then Halloween on Friday. We usually just do it one day a year, but this year, just with Halloween landing on a Friday, because we're usually not lucky enough for it to be on a weekend, we're like, let's do it 2 days, because we usually get a lot of traffic, and I don't mean like sales traffic, but I mean like people popping in to show us their costumes, and we take a picture, and we generally do about 400 people where we take a picture of their costume. Liz and I narrow it down. We spend about a week narrowing it down to about 5 costumes, and then we let the internet decide over a week where people vote. And then we give them a $100 prize package from the store, plus Jayhawk Trophies, which is like a independent trophy shop here in Lawrence. Every year they make us an absolutely stunning, amazing trophy to give to the winners. And this year they did this amazing metallic trophy that's like, I don't know, 28 inches tall with a Frankenstein at the top. It is just beautiful. They went above and beyond this year, and they don't ask for anything. Like when we started doing the costume contest 8 years ago, like the second year, and they're like, hey, we just want to do this for you. You're doing something fun for the community. And they donate their time, and every year the trophy gets bigger. It gets like more intricate. It gets more, I mean, you can just tell that they spend a lot of time. And then kind of the cherry on the top for us is the children's downtown trick-or-treating on Halloween. It goes from 5 to 9. It does, I've heard anywhere from 7 to 12,000 people. I guess it just kind of depends on the weather, but we give away about 4,000 to 5,000 pieces of candy every year. You stand out, the kids go down one side of downtown where we're located and down the other side. And we just stand out, we dress up, we stand out, we give everyone candy till it runs out, which usually in about 2 hours it's gone because it's such a huge volume. But we get to really engage with the kids and the families, and it's really super important to Liz and I because, one, we don't have kids. Two, the house we have, which is an amazing old house from 1862, we live on a block that the first 2 years we own the house, we don't get one trick-or-treater, period. Not even like a straggler. And we used to just decorate the house, as you can imagine. We're like, oh, we have this old house now, like go all out. Nobody to appreciate it. So we just take all that energy and just put it into Halloween here at the store for the kids. And it's just really important for us that people get a little bit of scare, a little bit of fun, and a lot of candy on Halloween.
First of all, God bless you. We got a phone call we're going to get to here in a second. I think you're going to really enjoy this. Our friend Chowder is calling about Dead Weird. But I also wanted to tell you that if you didn't do what you did for Halloween, but you still were the same person that you are, I would be heartbroken if you couldn't get your butt down here in the city of New Orleans. As you can imagine what Halloween here is like. The neighborhood that we are in has a giant, not a block party, it's an Esplanade party. We are on Esplanade Avenue, which is the route between City Park and the French Quarter, and it's canopied in oaks, and they have a gigantic Halloween costume contest down right across the street from one of New Orleans' best restaurants and one of its safest, most friendly trick-or-treat neighborhoods. The neighborhood is so popular that a lot of kids who come from poorer neighborhoods where the parents worry about them, this neighborhood put out the word and basically said, bring your kids. Park on the fringe of the neighborhood, come on in, be respectful, and we will load everybody up. It's one of those full-size candy bar neighborhoods, if you know what I'm talking about. And they embrace the hell out of it. Our good friend, by the way, yeah, I knew you should come down, but except you got too much work to do. Our good friend Chowder is giving us a call. He actually is a big costume guy, and I'll let him tell you what it is he does this time of year. Hey, Chowder, good morning. You're on with Terry.
Love it. Good morning, Jimmy Mack. Morning, Jimmy Mack, RGR family, and Mr. Taylor. I was when I heard you on this show, I was a little confused. I was a wrestling fan of him, and I thought you might have been the Terry Taylor of the self-made man of the WCW era. So I apologize for being misinformed. But it's a couple different things since you've been talking. I love the house you have because I grew up in Maine, coastal Maine. Down east Maine, as it was
beautiful.
And our house is granite cut from the quarry up there in the 1770s. And there was actually 2 deaths in the family. Our great-grandparents died in there, and they still lived in that house spiritly, and you would see them rocking in chairs. So we always decorated our house, and that was kind of cool. But oh, wow. So Deadwood, I live in Rapid City close to Deadwood now. And I was never a big costume guy until I got married to my current wife. So for the last 7 or 8 years, we've been going up to Deadwood every year, and I'm not sure if you know what Dead Weird is, but you would really enjoy it, and you should come. So I'm from South
Dakota, so I'm very familiar.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, you are? I didn't know you were from South Dakota.
Yep.
Yeah. So we go up every year. So this year I've co-conspirated my wife into it, and we're gonna, Jimmy. We decided we're doing the Mount Moriah hike at night with the ghosts, and we're doing the haunted brothel tour this year. So,
fun.
So this year's costume, because I'm not right in the head, I decided to do a play on the whole current event. So I got a big long brown wig. I bought the bag of ice costume that says ice, 7-pound bag or whatever. On the back, I'm putting Gnome Land Security. I got a blingy SWAT hat, long eyelashes and makeup, and blingy handcuffs. And I'm making my wife dress up as an alien, like green boogity eye type alien with a silvery dress. We are going as Christy Gnome ICE agent with an illegal alien.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Love it.
I'm not sure which is scarier, the whole concept or the fact that I'm going to cross-dress for the first time. That could be scary enough in its own. But as you know, Dead Weird has some pretty good costumes up there during this time.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So I'm going to have to
That's
try
awesome.
to get on your site for your store because I really enjoy when you come on and hearing your stories and all that. But that's really all I got for you today. So, yeah,
Oh, love
shenanigans
it.
will
Well,
commence tomorrow.
Yeah, right. Have a great Halloween.
Thanks, you too. You guys have a good weekend. Love you guys.
Thank you so much,
You
man.
too.
By the way, Terry, I've actually he's actually sent me pictures of him costuming at Dead Weird. I have sent them to you. So when you get off the phone with us here over in Nemo Land, you can actually open up your phone and you will have 5 pictures of our good friend Chowder dressed to the nines for a little touch of Dead Weird, just to give you a sense of this man has put
great. I love it.
put his money where his mouth is. Okay, we've only got a few more minutes left here with Terry Taylor of 1313 Mockingbird Toys and Terry's terrifically terrifying toys segment here. Anything moving over at the store? Is anything selling? Any people making requests and hard requests for stuff? Anybody buy any more Thing stuff? By the way,
It's all about Terrifier currently. Still, they're just pumping out the Terrifier merch for your listeners who may not be familiar. He's the new evil clown slasher that's just made an absolute splash in the horror community the last couple of years. But yeah, I mean they're just putting out 4-inch figures, 6-inch figures, 12-inch figures. His sunflower glasses, enamel pins. It's just, I think Liz and I joke, we're like, it's going to be a Terrifier Christmas. That's been, anything Terrifier has been really popular and just gaining more steam since we're Halloween. And then Terrifier 3 was kind of Christmas based, so we're heading into Christmas. And then also a new line of the shock rock band Guar. They just had a really awesome line of action figures come out. And each figure comes with a part of their dead singer, the singer that died, 5 or 6 years ago. And they're still an active band. They got a new singer, but he was just really renowned in the music industry.
he was something else.
So each figure comes with a piece of him, and the final piece with his head in it is literally just a canister of red goo with his head in it. So you have to dig through the goo to finish him to get the piece. And so those have been really, really popular too. And they're really good looking figures that look just like the members. I mean, they turned out so much better than I thought they were going to. So those have been kind of the 2 hot items in spooky season right now. And I'm sure that'll bleed into Christmas season too. So those have been the good things.
The next time you come on, Terry, we're out of time, but the next time you come on, remind me, if I don't remind you, to tell you the story about how before I became a full-time journalist, I was at the University of Georgia, went to see a Gore show to cover it for the student newspaper, and they sent a photo guy along with me named Peter Fry. He and I went to it together, and because of what unfolded at that wild, raucous event that involved also a fire extinguisher that deprived oxygen from the front 2 rows of the audience, remind me to tell you how that forged a relationship where we ended up in country for Reuters news service actually covering actual combat. It's a great story. We will, but it's Gore that basically made us both realize we should work together. When I picked him up off the floor after he dropped all of his equipment because he was oxygen deprived by the Gore show. Terry, happy Halloween. I know we will get a chance to talk.
Too.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to talk offline and off air, but best to you, best to Liz. So thrilled for all the success you guys are having, even if it's just emotional success, and we're wishing you better business days as well too, my friend.
Oh, thank you so much. You guys have a great Halloween.
Thank you, Terry. Terry Taylor appears once a month here on Road Gang Radio, one of our favorite segments. I think one of our best today. Thank you, Chowder, for being a part of a great segment. Thank you, Terry, for always being a part of a great segment. Friend of so many people out there. William, 4-Aught, now Chowder, Terry Taylor, 1313 Mockingbird KS on so much social media. We'll be back with the Jazzwari, known as Jane.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Feed into sputtering laughter with the adventures of Mac and Cheese. Break for fun.
Hey, Mac.
What's the good word, Cheese?
You know the real reason witches ride brooms?
Why is it that witches ride brooms?
Because the cord on a vacuum cleaner is too short.
That joke swept me away.
Don't be a rube of the road. Tune in next time for the adventures of Mac and Cheese.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
That I can sure do, Claire, because we are live from the Fastport Studios with me, Dre, and also Jimmy Mack.
Good morning to you, Phone Master. I want to dig a little bit further into the story before we get to the future was yesterday. A South African man was brought to the U.S. to perform agricultural work. Instead, according to Tyson Fisher, he claims he was forced to drive a truck, exposing the exploitation of the work visa program. The lawsuit that followed has ended. Carol Haincom arrived in Rake, Iowa in July of 2021. He did it to work for Kuchenbecker Excavating. Coming from South Africa, he entered the U.S. on an H-2A visa, which is for agricultural workers. The work visa was good from January of 21 to August of 21. Despite Haincom being brought in for agricultural work, Kuchenbecker Excavating owner Kenneth Kuchenbecker had him drive a truck hauling construction material. That work, in case you guys didn't know, requires an H-2B work visa. Part of the alleged scheme allowed Kuchenbecker to pay the South African a much lower wage. Both the H-2A and H-2B work visas require the employer pay the prevailing wage determined by the Department of Labor. At the same time, the wage for a truck driver was about $25 an hour. Because Haincom was falsely hired on an H-2A visa, he was paid the prevailing wage for an agricultural worker, $17 an hour. And to add insult to injury, he had to pay for his own meals while driving long distances, which often had him staying in hotels. The H-2A work visa program requires the employer to provide workers with 3 meals a day or access to cooking and kitchen facilities. Head on over to Landline, check out Tyson Fisher's article, find out how it all turned out. Unbelievable. Like I said, guys, the pushback should not be against those who are here. It should not be against those who are working, some of whom are working hard. It should be following the money. Follow that money back to the people that aren't paying it, and you'll find out what's going wrong in this sector of the economy. And it's a shame because so many people are doing all of those things. Absolutely right. We'll take a breath here, though. It is Freaky, Feisty, Flinty Friday. And Dre, what do you say we drop in our next guest after a suitable introduction? Of course, the future is yesterday can only mean one thing. Jane Jazrawi is here on the scene. Go to carriersedge.com, by the way, and you can find Jane over there and all the things that they do for the educational aspects and the continuing education and the upgrading your fleet and your business to the places you need it to go. They are the sponsors of The Future Was Yesterday and Education Station, and they've been with us for quite some time. So has Jane, and based on the music we just introduced you with, we know what the topic is, don't we? Hey, Jane, good morning.
Tell us.
Good morning. That's your last segment, or what you were just talking about. It's a real problem. And it'll be really good to have people be aware of it and have more awareness of it about, making workplaces better for drivers and, having people follow the rules.
Yeah, and when you stand up for the little guy, Jane, this is what and by the way, got a lot of listeners out there, a lot of phone callers this morning who were so quick to point out that unless, of course, it's negligence or malfeasance on the part of the driver, so much of what we need to stand up for is the little guy, because when we stand up for the little guy, the guy who's getting shafted on his pay, the gal who's getting shafted on the workplace conditions, we are standing up for ourselves. And that's going to be, I think, the big fight that's coming in the 21st century is, do we know who our anger should be directed at? And I think it comes down, that's what that has been. Every other fight, there are only two kinds of fight in this world. There are fights between two bullies trying to figure out who's going to bully everybody else, or there are fights from people who just want to be who they want to be, and those people who want everybody to be who they want them to be, which means the only two fights are bullies versus bullies, or everybody standing up to a bully. That's it. There are no other fights. Everything else is just blowing jazz. Hey, Jane Jazrawi, good morning.
Hey, Jimmy Mac. Good morning to you, too. So we're changing the topic here.
As we should. As we should.
Yeah. I just wanted to acknowledge that it was a very serious topic that you were talking about, and now we're segueing to a not-so-serious topic, which is Halloween.
Woo!
And Halloween of future and Halloween of the past, and what we used to do versus what we do now and what we might be doing in the future.
So let's kind of just dive in, by the way, and you and I can talk about. There's a little gap between us, but not much. Let's talk a little bit what Halloween used to be. You tell me yours, and I'll tell you mine.
Okay, well, nobody bought you anything. You made up a costume. Like, you figured out, you borrowed things from your parents, you borrowed things from your friends, you put things on, and it was not very well done. There were a lot of masks, which we don't really have anymore, and nobody went with you. You went out by yourself and your friends, and you ran around and grabbed candy from people, and then you went back home. And it was like you didn't spend any money. You just did what you found what you could find and threw it on, and then went and yelled at people. We used to say, like, I grew up in Alberta, we used to say Halloween apples. We didn't say trick or treat. That was a big weird thing for me when I moved to Ontario, that everybody else said trick or treat.
You would say Halloween apples, and it became kind of like Kleenex. It was like Kleenex. Is that what you're saying, basically? That apples became Kleenex for candy?
I honestly don't know. If anybody knows why, that would be great, but I was in Edmonton, Alberta, and for some reason we said Halloween apples all the time, and I never said trick or treat, ever, when I was trick-or-treating.
The only apple experience I had was my grandmother, who every year dressed up like a witch in a costume she made herself, would actually serve candied and caramel apples to kids, which of course you could do back then. You could actually come to the front door with tons of stuff then, homemade stuff. Now if you're going to give out homemade stuff. Yeah. If you have homemade stuff now, one or two things is happening. Either it's a very selective party for people who actually know you, or child services is going to pay you a visit at that point. That's how it kind of is played out now. And I want to point out about the costume thing too. Buying a costume in the 60s, 70s, or for a large portion of the 80s was considered loserville because it always was cheap, it always was falling apart, and the masks were plastic and broke almost instantly. Nobody ever wanted to go to Halloween in a costume bought from like TG and Y. Nobody wanted any of that garbage. It was just a bad scene. If you came in a costume that you bought, you were a loser, which is why a lot of boys in particular went as cowboys. That was a big thing. A big thing.
There was a lot of cowboys, yes, and I remember being a gypsy. That was another thing that was big, and it's probably not very appropriate anymore. But that was a thing. You were dressing up as not characters but things, like types of people, or like you would be an astronaut or a cowboy or something like that, or just a generic witch. You didn't have any characters that you were being at all. There was none of that.
By the way, you could still dress up like a gypsy. You just have to make sure you call yourself a fortune teller. Dre's got something for you.
Jane, that was my threat my dad did. He's like, if you don't get it together, I'm going to go drop you off with the gypsies.
Do you remember that kind of nonsense?
Get it together, or you're going to go stay with the gypsies. And I'm just like, cool, I get to travel. All right?
Yeah. I mean, it's always a cool thing.
No, that was not... I don't know. That's all I remember. But I remember that we were always dressing up as something generic. So if there was any kind of brand or kind of like something that you recognized, like somebody might dress up as Heinz ketchup or something like that, but you were making it yourself. And I think the homemade version of it was really what I remember. And I don't know if it was like that for you. That whole homemade thing.
Oh, no. It's exactly what I remember from me. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, before I got my PhD, when I did my master's, I had to write a play because it was an MFA, but you also had to have an academic component. So I took a class on ritual and magic. And I actually ended up writing my thesis paper on Halloween, about how it is basically a uniquely American holiday, a North American holiday to a large degree, and it's not simply a tradition brought over from Ireland, as a lot of people who are into the Wicca movement claim, but it's this kind of giant mass conglomeration of all kinds of different holidays and all kinds of different melting pot traditions, and it can become whatever it needs to be. You pointed out in your notes that the future of Halloween might in fact be its past. It's one of those places that doesn't exist online. So much of Christmas now is about, mail-outs and internet stuff and music and all kinds of other stuff. But Halloween has always kind of existed in the real world. And you did something really fun here that a lot of our listeners can relate to. You have set up the rules of this. We talked about not making the costume too intricate. We talked about that. But you also point out two things. Candy trumps tech, and explain your no lights theory.
My no lights theory? Oh, yes. Okay. So first of all, it doesn't matter what the technology is. So there are tons of apps, and I think I put in my notes like all of these different apps that you can use to track your kids and find out which house has the most candy and blah, blah, blah. But when kids go out for Halloween, they're going for candy. It is like, that's it. They're not going to look at each other's costumes. They're not going to look at anything that grown-ups look like. Grown-ups have a whole different approach to it. They are going to the houses that have candy. They're going to find the houses that have the biggest chocolate bars, like the full-size chocolate bars is always the mythos of Halloween. It's always the largest chocolate bars. And you find out through word of mouth. You don't use apps. You don't use anything. You run around. You talk to each other. Strange kid. Doesn't matter who you are. You're just talking. If someone's excited about a really good candy, they're talking about it, and you're listening to it, and you're getting that kind of groundswell of just, talking to each other. It's like the best social activity that I think that we have sometimes, where kids just go out and be kids and they play. Like they are literally playing. They're running up to doors. They're talking to each other. Like they're literally running down the street. They're going to the places that are the brightest and the shiniest. And the tech does not matter. Even technical costumes, like the costumes are really intricate, and if they fall off, you're screwed. So like you want to make sure that you have something simple. You don't want to be dragging like some kind of fake head around, or like some kind of props or anything like that. You want simple as possible, so you can run from a house to another house that has lights on that you're going to go and get candy from. And that's kind of like, that's where it started. That's where it is now, and I think in the future we're going to have that. What I meant about the dark houses is that, and it's still happening, is if you see a dark house, there's no candy. You don't need any, like, it's the simplest form of communication. There's no lights on at the house, don't go there. That's it. Simplest, basic form of communication. That was, in the 70s when I was trick-or-treating. In the 60s, I was little. I didn't do it. But
Same.
in the 70s and 80s, it has continued, yes.
This is really interesting. This is really interesting too, and you'll like this. There's a cynical theory about what Halloween is from an American standpoint, and there is a really, really wholesome take on what Halloween is in regards to its modern incarnation. Do you want the cynical or the independent one, particularly as it applies to our age bracket, many of the and the listenership of this particular show? Which one you want first, cynical or wholesome?
Oh, cynical.
Okay, the cynical one is that it's a capitalist propaganda machine. That the kid dresses themselves up in the hopes that their costume, in fact, will result in a payoff of goods and services. That it's basically teaching people about marketing and getting your brand out there. There is actually some serious takes that basically suggest that it's actually preparing kids for a capitalist culture. The wholesome approach to it, which I love, by the way, is that so you start Halloween usually as a little kid with your parents walking behind you. Every year your parents get further behind you until one year they're no longer with you. And at the same time, you never go trick-or-treating alone. What you do is you get friends together and you go to their house or they come to your house, from which point you then launch. In doing all of that, what you actually are doing is the same thing that boys and girls do when they get bikes, where you're slowly extending the boundary of childhood. And that kids working together in groups when they get old enough know how to cross the street together, they know how to stay together, they know how to socialize with each other, and it's that Halloween becomes a really great holiday to kind of celebrate your growing independence from your parents, is the more wholesome take around it.
And I would say that both things are true. Both things can be true at the same time. But I don't think that kids go into it thinking that they are learning corporate culture. They're learning that from everything everywhere. Like Christmas is even worse than Halloween. I mean, Christmas is just like a sell-a-thon, and then you have Black Friday, and then like Black Friday is all November, and then it's in the summer too sometimes. So they're getting that kind of indoctrination anyway, and it's really how you approach it. Do you approach it as encouraging people to get the best costume? Or are you encouraging it in terms of what do you want to be? Who's your favorite character? Do you want to try and make a costume? Do you want to, what part of it, like how do you go out and buy the costume for the child, or does the child have anything to do with it? Like, so that sort of growth part of it, where kids have the opportunity to kind of learn and grow a little bit, and like what you said, sort of separate from their parents. It's about how the parents treat it as well. So it can be really cynical, or it can be really wholesome, and you kind of want a balance of the two. But at the very base, I don't think it's really changed. I think adults have changed it. But when you get down to it, it's kids running around the house, running around the street.
No, at the end of the day, I'm in agreement with you, by the way, and I think it's a real opportunity for kids to also socialize in ways that give them more of a sense of danger, what I would call a simulacrum of danger, not actual danger, but the idea that the imagery is dangerous, that it is at night, that the sun is going down, that often it's the first time they're allowed to stay out after dark because everybody else is staying out after dark. There are really great value lessons, like the light is. We go back to your original premise. The light is not on at that house. Leave those people be. Or maybe you don't want to get too close to the house without the lights. All of that kind of stuff plays through. All of that and you're also giving your kids a chance to have a sense of wonder. and to kind of be able to explore the dark corners of things while also figuring out your strategy to make sure that they're going to be safe at the end of the day. But this is about the future, though, and I don't want to run out of time here. So what do you think? What is the future for Halloween? Where do you think it's headed? Where do you think it's going?
I don't think that it's going to change very much in terms of kids, candy, and running around the neighborhood. I just don't think that's going to happen. However, I think what's going to happen is the decorations and the interaction with the candy and the child. So there has been a growing trend of we're going to just leave the candy on the porch and take one and that kind of thing. Like I've seen it happen. It's becoming more and more now that people are making jokes about it. But that never used to be. It used to be you're either dark or you're giving out candy. There wasn't anything in between. So what I think is going to happen is that as tech kind of infiltrates this, we're going to see AI assisting in giving it out. So there's going to be, I think, they're already starting to do this, is AI powered robots that will actually give out the candy so that you can control it. Or maybe it will be like Bluetooth controls and then you can have robots giving out the candy. But it's going to be kind of a, hey, you want to leave candy out, you don't want to do the trick-or-treating thing, here's this robot thing that will do it for you. I think AI is such a fad right now, is that people will try and put AI into anything, and why not that?
I got one
That's
for
a
you.
prediction I have.
Let me give you something, and I'm sure
Okay.
somebody has thought of this and they're already working on it. Our friends at Universal have things that are similar to this. Imagine this. Imagine a long, tall, slender, gaunt-faced man, an undertaker, somebody resembling Lurch, is on a porch. And the kids walk up,
Right.
and on the lawn is a motion detector. And when the kids cross that motion detector, there are speakers around the house where we hear, "Welcome to our Halloween home." And then they walk up there on the porch, and that the automated robot up there,
The animatronic?
the animatronic literally lowers its hand, and like a Pez dispenser, a full-size candy bar comes out of its hand, and the kid takes it and walks away, having been given what they were going to be given. Or that there's an evil giant clown head, at which it then opens its mouth and spills out the contents of candy from its mouth to fill up the bag while the next kid stands there. And that you as an adult can be inside your house watching it on a video monitor, so if some Baron von Kriepenstein decides that he's going to do a triple reveal, you actually have another button to push that actually sets off a whole bunch of other scarier stuff outside to get them off the porch to make sure every kid gets their fair share. That's where we could head.
And we are kind of going there, because the animatronics that are triggered by sound are already there. I have them, and I have freaked out little kids, which is kind of the sad part of Halloween, is when you accidentally scare the bejesus out of some poor 4-year-old. But those things are there.
Did you see the picture my wife sent you, by the way?
Yes, I did. And I saw the story about you guys scaring the crap out of
Oh,
little
we
kids.
would sit on the porch the entire time. We had animatronics up there with us, so you couldn't, because guys, by the way, I'll post this picture next week when we get closer to Halloween.
Yes.
Claire and I would stay completely still on that porch in those costumes, along with animatronics and dolls, so that the kids would not know. The kids would not know who was what, and we had to stop it. We had to stop it. We after the first couple
You
of
were
times.
too scary.
Well, and the problem was is that we'd see like a 4-year-old coming down the block, and the mask would have to come off almost instantly. Like, we're not going to do that to a 4-year-old, because it was really fun to do it to the 9 to 11-year-old crowd. You can't do that to a 4-year-old.
Yes.
You can't.
The ones who come out later, they come out later at night, and you're thinking, are you too old to be doing this?
Yeah, you give them the business.
Well, there's always a few kids who just don't want to stop trick-or-treating, like who are 12, and it's like just a little bit too much, and they're trying, and then, yeah, my kids went through that when they were a little bit too old for Halloween, but they love it. So it's those are who you want to scare. That is absolutely who you want to scare. I thought, and I also, like, just in terms of decorations, I always think it's really cool when trucks are decorated. So when people are putting lights on their trucks, and for a lot of it, it's Christmas, but I think there have been some Halloween ones, or even just decorating your windows with spider webs and things like that. I think that's really cool.
And by the way, we're going to encourage people to do that, guys. If in fact you have decorated your truck for Halloween in the past or in the present, do not hesitate to send us an email over at weekends@radionemo.com. We'd love to see that. Please send it on over. Get us that stuff, and we will post it, just like we're going to be posting Chowder's photos that he will be taking over the course of next week. Terry's photos, my photos, all that kind of groovy stuff. That's where the real arms races happen. There's a serious adult Halloween as well too. I mean, the offers I've gotten in the city of New Orleans for things to attend this weekend and next. But there's been and you mentioned this already, but there has been a real escalation across my mom and dad's neighborhood, across this neighborhood, of people decorating their homes for Halloween, and they do it early. So you can actually walk around a lot of these hoods and see a lot of spooky stuff. And what used to be cheap or homemade extraordinarily well, you can now walk into like Home Depot and buy yourself a giant Frankenstein monster for your front lawn. Giant. Yeah, like it's like 12 feet tall. I mean, it's incredible. What I want to just point out, just because our specialty is safety training, is like, don't block your view. If you're decorating your truck, make sure your visibility is still there. We don't need it. Like, I don't want anybody being pulled over because, you've got too many cobwebs on you and you can't see out your windshield. But going back to the decorating, I think that it is, that's where people are seeing that's where the money is. And so what I love are the light shows. I have to say that you never had, obviously you never had back in the 70s, but the light shows that are set to music. So all of the Bluetooth speakers and all of the technology that you have can really give your house some ambiance. And, where you're playing creepy music, or you have lights that are set to music, and you can just go crazy with that. And I think that as you progress from a child who loves Halloween to an adult who loves Halloween, that's where people go. They start thinking, okay, what can I do for the decorations? How can I scare the crap out of children by dressing up and staying very still? By the way, you can also put motion detectors around your truck. By the way, if somebody gets too close, you can actually have a voice go, "What are you doing around my truck? Don't touch my rig." I think people should.
You have to be careful if you're in a truck, like you're in a parking lot or something like that. That could be a little bad.
I think it's really good, actually. I think more people deserve it. I think a lot of people need to get that kind of action in their life. Jane Jazraoui, as she always does, has joined us for The Future Was Yesterday, a recurring segment once a month here, by the way, and she will be, of course, joining us again at some point for Education Station as it continues to roll along. Guys, go to carriersedge.org, where you can find out all the information you need about how you can actually, carriersedge.com, where you can find out all the information you need to, as I say, upgrade yourself, take the next step towards carrier and small business independence, and make sure that your workforce is on the cutting edge of what is next, because the future was yesterday. Happy Halloween to you, Jane Jazraoui.
Same to you. Have a good one.
You too. Jane appears, of course, courtesy of Carrier's Edge, and we are thrilled to have them as a partner making their way down the line. We will be back on the other side of this. Lindsay's going to be joining us a little bit later on. She's currently recording a podcast with Dave Nemo. I was hoping for some spooky music, but I can live with this. That's okay. We'll be right back after this. We got a great guest, a little harrowing as well, a different kind of harrowing. It's about a life behind the wheel of an ambulance.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter, now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off.
Pick them up.
But we're still rolling.
Lindsay loves that laugh, but she's not here to hear it. She'll be joining us at the bottom of the half hour. She's over at the NASTIC conference event, hanging out with Dave Nemo and recording a podcast as we speak. We'll actually be playing that podcast, by the way, on our platform on Monday, immediately after Nemo Nation. Phone Master Dre and I will go through the particulars, get it all cleaned up, and we'll make sure that you guys get a little extra something as we continue to expand our programming over here at Road Gang Radio. First half of the show is about making a living. Second half is about making a life. It's been a giant mixture of both today.
Such a good segment.
Such a good segment from Jane Jazrawi. By the way, a great segment from Terry Taylor. If you missed that, along with all the spooky things going over at 1313 Mockingbird Toys, don't forget, he does a wonderful job explaining the importance of truck drivers, both at haunted happenings and at concerts as well.
And you'll be able to listen to that and watch that on YouTube later at some point.
Yeah, we would be thrilled if you guys haven't subscribed already to kind of jump in over there. Also, don't forget to follow us on Facebook. We can be heard on Odyssey. And, of course, as always, we continue to roll. If you just type in Radio Nemo on iHeart, that is where you can find us as well. We're everywhere you want to be. We tend to get there sometimes before you do so that you know where it is you need to go. But also, sometimes you can head in the other direction. That makes a big difference as well. Dre,
speaking of that,
I saw Martin Scorsese's book about movie about EMTs, Bringing Out the Dead.
Yeah.
And it was traumatizing for me to a large degree as a former first responder myself in a different form and fashion. I can tell you, it brought back a lot of memories. I thought, man, there is nothing about this topic that could make me want to throw a book across the room while keep reading at the same time. Any more than that movie did. I kept wanting to pause it. I got to walk out the room. This book actually did it for me. I got to tell you, the moment with the glow sticks, I got glow stick in my eye. Oh my God, I wanted to just crawl up the wall. And it is absolutely compelling reading. For all of our friends out there, so many of you are firemen, so many of you are EMTs, so many of you are volunteer policemen, so many of you are volunteer and actual first responders. This is a book for you, a real emergency. Stories from the ambulance. Joanna Sokol, was filling private notebooks with confusion, humor, and anger, and all of it towards the strange world of emergency street medicine. Well, she got a book, and that book is a real emergency, and it's a real page turner, and we are thrilled to welcome her now. Good morning. Welcome aboard.
Good morning. Hello, everyone.
I got to tell you, there were moments in this book where I said, I don't want to keep reading this thing, and yet I kept finding myself turning pages. It just absolutely, somehow, some way, you figured out a delivery system by giving us breathers, all of these kind of short bursts of like, oh my God, that's horrific. Oh, okay. That's over. Oh my God, that's horrific. Okay, that's over. And I keep thinking about this. When are you going to give up all this stuff and get back to a medicine career? I'm quoting. Yeah. Good morning and welcome aboard.
Yeah, my grandfather used to ask me when I was going to give it all up and go to medical school, and I was like, I don't know, man. I kind of like it.
The thrill.
I wanted to pace the book kind of like The Job is paced, actually. So when you were describing it, something horrific that you like almost can't even stand happens, and you think you're going to throw in the towel, and then all of a sudden it lightens up for a little bit, and then it stops, and then it goes, and you never really know what's coming next. That's how The Job feels day to day, you know? And so when I wrote the book, I really wanted to do what I could to try to capture that feeling of like, you don't quite know what's coming next, and then you get sucked in, and then it's horrible, and then it's fun, and then you're with your best friends, and then it's horrible again, you know, because I didn't realize that you had been a first responder. That's so cool.
Yeah.
But you might, maybe that's something you can relate to, you know, that feeling of how the job is.
Oh my God. I mean, and I'll tell you something else, too. I'll give you a really brief one. There were times when it's like we would return custody to somebody who had earned it, and it'd be like, this is the greatest day known to man. And then there'd be a custody evaluation where you go over there and you'd be like, oh my God, I never want to talk to humanity ever again. What is wrong with these people? What is happening here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why am I in the middle of this? And it's kind of perfect that you join us on a week to the day before Halloween, because there are two things I want to point out to our listeners that you actually are able to cover here. One of which is that holidays are wonderful things, except for first responders, except when they are. That's the absolute truth. The other thing that is so important that so many of our listeners, I mean, we have a guy who is former police, former fireman, one of our regular contributors who works for one of the big trucking companies, is a fire captain. And as you know, so many of the people who work over at fire departments often have that extra skill in their bag as well, too. Many of them are EMTs. The thing that I was starting to track throughout the book that you do a beautiful job of doing is people will come into the job like, I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to save people's lives. I have a good attitude. This won't get to me. And to slowly watch them get worn down, but then to watch people after getting worn down turn themselves around and really kind of get in the game. Be like, okay, I've been through that cauldron. Now I'm ready to do this. Can you talk a little bit about the wear and tear, and then we'll get to the holidays as well, as a siren goes off in our background. So go ahead.
Right? That was good timing.
Yeah.
Good sound effect.
Thank you.
No, I love that question, and the way that you phrased it really makes me, I mean, I didn't not believe you, but that's a question that I think somebody who has worked in this job would ask. Because people come in thinking it's going to be one thing, thinking they're going to be just running around saving lives and having people thank them all the time. And then they go in and they see what the job really is. They see the grit and the pain and how a lot of the time we don't actually get to help and we're getting calls for social situations, things. And there's kind of this turning point where, as you mentioned, some people see what the job really is, and after 6 months or a year or 2 years, they just get out. They're like, this is not what I thought. I don't like this. I can't hang. And they take off. And then a lot of other responders, you see this transition where at first they get really worn down and they're like, whoa, this isn't what I thought. And then a lot of us start to really love it. You know, even as you realize that you're not going to run around being a hero all the time, something about it just pulls you in. And you're like, wait, I can do this. I can fix my head about what this is. And I can actually really get into this. And the wear and tear, that really is, for me, the way that I describe it when I talk about it. People ask how the job affects you. And some folks, and I interview a couple of responders in the book who talk about this. Some folks have one big call that really messes them up. You know, there's one situation, something really awful happens, and they get screwed up about it. But a lot of us it's just wear and tear. It's just cumulative over time, one thing. And it's all these small tragedies and all these situations where we thought we could help and then we couldn't, or where someone was really mean to us, or watching people be mean to each other. And it just kind of builds over time. And another thing that I talk about a lot is just the physical damage. Ambulances in particular are a really physically demanding job. You're sitting in the van for hours and hours every day. A lot of us don't have stations where we can get up and stretch between calls. You're picking people up and carrying them in really awkward positions. You know, you got to get someone who's really big and heavy out from like behind a bathroom and then down 3 flights of stairs. So a lot of us, our bodies just give out at a certain point.
I'm going to tell you a personal anecdote about my second cousin. He actually had to, during Hurricane Katrina, which has been coming up a lot today. It is the 20th anniversary just last month. But I'll tell you a story. He actually he couldn't save her. He was on the rooftop with a woman who got punctured trying to come through the roof to save herself during the flood. And she got stuck there, and he knew that if they took the board out, that was the ball game. And she slipped out of it and began to bleed out. And the last thing she told him was, she said, it's just good to know that I'm here as I leave the world in the hands of somebody who's doing the work of the Good Samaritan. And it wrecked him. It wrecked him. It wrecked him. And it took a lot to recover from that. And people don't realize that there are moments of grace that often wear heavy on you. And the question I wanted to ask you too, this is what really wears on a lot of people, is you are responders. You are responding to crisis. And yet the number of people, and it happens in this book not from time to time on a regular basis, the number of times that people then look at you and are asking you to help them with long-term solutions. That you often walk into a disaster that has unfolded over many years. Now you're there to kind of stop them from slipping these mortal coils, and you end up having to have a conversation with family members or neighbors like, what are we going to do about this guy? I'm going to save him. What happens next is up to you, right? That must weigh heavy.
Yeah. I mean, I love the way you phrase that we're working with long-term solutions, because a lot of the people that call us, it's not necessarily what you think of as a 911 call. You know, they're not calling us for heart attacks and strokes. They're calling us because they don't have a doctor and they can't figure out how to get their prescriptions sorted, and grandma's been sick for a really long time and they don't have someone to take care of her, and now it's getting worse and they're getting kicked out of their apartment, you know, and we get called, and sometimes we can have an attitude about it where we're like, well, this isn't a 911 emergency. No one's, you know, dying here today. What do we do? But like you said, they actually do have a really, really big, difficult problem that they can't deal with it. And it's a long-term problem. And so we come to realize that instead of like stopping the bleeding or plugging the hole or shocking the heart, our job is actually to sit down with people and like try to figure it out. And we don't have a ton of resources at hand. We don't have a ton of training. And so over time, you get really good at just using what you have and adapting. And some people just need someone to talk to. You know, they just want someone to sit down and kind of be a calming presence and try to figure out what they can. And that's another one of those calls like you were talking about. It's really hard. It really wears on you, but it can also be really beautiful. But there's really there's not as much immediate gratification as I thought there would be, you know. There's not a lot of stuff that gets figured out right in that second. Sometimes you just have to like try to do what you can and hope for the best.
I've always said what you guys do is you're buying people enough time to get to the next checkpoint sometimes. That's all you can do, is that it's an ongoing.
Absolutely.
And by the way, guys, this is not me metaphorically speaking. It's ongoing triage to a large degree. Okay, on the flip side of what we just talked about, I'm going to actually use your own writing here. He's a Red Queens playing card. He's a straight jacket confusion. He's a full speed, full sized, full noise, blast of crazy, whack waddling through the ER, leaving a wake of sideways equipment and open mouths. By the way, guys, this in many ways almost reads like a beat poet. A lot of this stuff is really groovy, but it's also really compelling stuff, because on the flip side of, you know, we are really worried that Bob can't get out of the bathroom. He's gotten so big, he needs your help to get out of the tub. And it's a tragic story where you have to sit down with people and talk about what can be done. On the flip side of it, though, there are people who have glow stick in their eye, and there are people who As my friend once said, he actually worked at a psych ward as an admittance nurse, and he said, man, he said, I don't mean hurt anybody, but there are people you have to put down and restrain, because if you don't, you're going to end up in a hurt locker with the pain combination on you, right?
I love that turn of phrase. Yeah, it's funny because I talk a lot about how not all of our calls are the traditional emergencies that you think. It's not all running around saving people and craziness, but sometimes that is exactly what the job is. Sometimes we do get these just completely bananas nuts calls where somebody is, the one that you quoted. I love that you picked that passage to read. And I actually did grow up reading a lot of beat poetry.
You better. You lived in the
grew up
Tenderloin
Oakland.
district. You better have done it.
Yeah. Yeah, that actually was a huge influence on the way that I learned how to write. So that's really cool that you said that. But yeah, that guy that you quoted was super, super agitated, super combative, altered. We have a lot of methamphetamine in San Francisco, so it's a big issue for us. And he was tied down to a backboard and even restrained onto the backboard with both hands and both feet tied down. He still managed to somehow hop up and hop across the ER with his hands and legs tied to this big plastic board behind him. So you do get those situations where you're just staring at it and you're like, what, how, what universe am I located in right now that this is happening? And you just, again, you got to figure out what to do. You never know if you're going to be dealing with grandma and her prescriptions or someone who's completely naked, covered in airway burns and climbing out the window. You just have to walk into the call and see what happens.
By the way, guys, I just want to point out, because I did kind of a mass tack in media res beginning to this whole segment, just kind of threw you all in the deep end. Joanna Sokol, by the way, her life as a paramedic took her to 3 countries, the casino and trailer parks of the Nevada desert, the cozy beach town of Santa Cruz, and eventually, as we were talking about, the crowded tenements of San Francisco's Tenderloin districts. So essentially, if you're noticing that, even the United States aspect of this equation, she is in the middle of the absolute action. So I have to ask that question as well, because given the verve of the writing and given the kind of, throw yourself in the middle of things, would you describe yourself as an action junkie?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I pretty much fed off adrenaline for most of my life growing up. I played a lot of sports. I always liked anything that was exciting and fun and had you on the edge of your seat and had some risk to it. And so that was really what drew me to EMS. I loved science and medicine growing up, but I could never sit still long enough to think about going to nursing or medical school. And so when I got into my EMT and my paramedic certification, it was really, you're on your toes the whole time. You're getting up, you're doing stuff, you get right into it. And so that was definitely something that appealed to me.
I wanted to ask you this too, because like I said, the idea of you journaling like a crazy person, keeping what I would call impressionistic notes of the situation. You then have to go back and organize all this stuff. And guys, by the way, one of the things that I really could relate to, people don't realize how much of these jobs, how much when you work as a policeman, a fireman, an EMT, you got to write reports. You've got to kind of keep a really clean eye, because often you have to engage in serious CYA that goes on. You are, I don't know if it began during this process or before, you're also an avid reader. And I found that after particularly horrifying things that we would learn or discover, often retreating into not so much doom scrolling, but a good book really makes a difference. And I was kind of curious, as you put this together, you had an advantage. You'd written a lot already. You had a disadvantage. You'd written a lot already. How did you go about the business of organizing this book? Because despite the explosion of words and the rapid kind of fire of the situations, there is a method to your madness. There are quotes that are applicable. A beautifully placed quote from Mary Shelley's Frankenstein pops up in the book that I thought was exactly where it needed to be. How did you go about the business of putting this together through this unending stream of consciousness that you had been building for many years?
I mean, that's a great question. The short answer is I had a really good editor.
They helped, don't they?
I actually had I had the unbelievable luck and joy of working on this book with one of my very best friends that I've known since I was 18. We put the proposal together as a team. We worked on it together. And I would have put her name on the cover if she let me. We had an argument about it, and she was like, "I'm the editor, you're the writer."
You never win that argument. You never win that argument, by the way. I just
Right?
want you to know. Never do. Never do.
But so we worked on it together as a team. And one of the first things I did, as you sort of alluded to, I had this giant stack of notebooks and journals that I'd been keeping for my whole life. I typed up everything I'd written that I thought could possibly be relevant to EMS and my career and my journey. I printed it all out. I went over to her house, and we quite literally dumped it out on the living room floor. And we had like hundreds of pages just spread out all over the floor. And we just started pushing them around in circles, okay, here's all the stuff that I wrote while I was in San Francisco. Here's all the stuff I wrote about homelessness. Here's mental illness. Here's Reno. And we just kind of moved the piles around, and we talked about how to try to create a narrative arc and what I wanted to try to say and what order we would use the stories in to try to say that. Because the book, it's a bunch of different little bits and pieces and stories. There's longer essays, there's shorter bits, but we did want an arc that flows through the whole thing. And I really was trying to tell a story. And we put a ton of work into it. We went back and forth. I rearranged it hundreds of times. There's passages that I probably rewrote 50 times to try to tweak them and make them exactly what I wanted. And there's quite literally hundreds of pages that we didn't end up using. There's tons and tons of stories that I have in my career that were fun and interesting and exciting, but they didn't quite fit into the line that I wanted to draw. And so we didn't end up using them. And we went back and forth a lot. We were really a team about it. I had a ton of help. We took things in, or we took things out, we put them back in, we changed the order. And for most of the heavy writing time, which was, I don't know, maybe 8 months or a year, I actually physically had paper all over the floor of my office. I have like a little kind of writing room in my house, and the papers were just spread out all over the floor, and I would move them around a lot. I would have different essays, and I would scoot them around, and then every once in a while my dog would come in and mess everything up, and then we'd start over. But yeah, it was just a lot of trial and error.
And I can imagine there were times when you would mention things and say, I probably should give some background, say, on defibrillation in 1947. And I took that note, too. I was like trying to find good examples of particular things in the book. And the idea you give these brief histories because you also remember that everybody doesn't understand what every term means, or there's a necessary background. So there's a constant kind of moving around that goes on here, guys. Guys, I think that this book joins a very, very small coterie of books about first responders, about the medical profession, that manages to mix both dark humor and some very serious topics. I think the book MASH is a terrible book. I think the movie is an amazing movie. And in many ways, if I was going to compare it to something, it has the same sort of irreverent feel that Robert Altman's MASH does to a large degree as well. Joanna, we have on the phone our good friend Chris is calling. We allow the over-the-road drivers, when they get a chance to call us, many of them are first responders. Some of them are storm chasers. Some of them know what it's like to be in the middle of the mix. So we're going to bring Chris. We're going to bring Chris in for a second here. I'll give you a shot at the question, Chris. What's going on?
Hey, good morning. How's everybody today?
Fantastic.
Good morning.
This is right up my alley, as Jimmy well knows. I'll give you a brief history. I started out my career being a Boy Scout, a police explorer, a fire explorer, firefighter, part-time, 2 different departments, part-time police officer, first responder. Storm spotter specifically is where I found my niche. And my first question is, do you have anything about storm chasers in your book?
No, but now I want to.
Absolutely, because
we don't have a whole heck of a lot of storm chasers in California, but go on. I want to hear about it.
You'd have to go to Oklahoma and the Midwest and so forth to get a hold of some good storm chasers, which, we play a vital part in the spring to make sure that people are aware that there is a significant risk of, the National Weather Service does their thing, but without eyes on the ground, you don't know what's really going on because the radar can only see down so far into the clouds.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense.
So it can be hair raising. I have seen my share of tornadoes, and one of the worst ones was an F3 tornado, and I was about a mile south of the Twin Cities that I was in. It actually started as twin funnels. It went back up, dropped into an F3, and if it hadn't been for me being where I was and getting on the radio and reporting it, lives could have been lost.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. It makes a big difference. And I wanted to kind of throw this back to Joanna here for a second, too, because, you did live in earthquake country, like we live down here in hurricane country, like Chris is up in the middle of that. What people don't understand about tornadoes, earthquakes, those kind of natural disasters, I've always said with a hurricane, Joanna, you know it's coming so that you can actually be mustered and ready to go. With earthquakes and tornadoes, it's like, how do you go about responding to that? I mean, the idea that it's like, oh, here it comes. I mean, I kept thinking about the San Francisco earthquake and the first responders in that situation where everything was fine, and then suddenly you've got fires and injuries everywhere in the city instantaneously. It's like an act of madness for a first responder, right?
Well, as I said, I was like, we don't have a lot of storms in California. It's true we don't really get hurricanes, although we did have our first tornado in Santa Cruz County this winter. That was exciting. But we do have massive fires. We always have the threat of earthquake. In Nevada, we did get some pretty dramatic weather. I was up in high country where there's a lot of snowstorms. And fires and earthquakes are really their own beast because, as you said, we don't know when they're coming. You don't usually get a warning. You just wake up and smell smoke. And I have a lot of friends who have either responded to major fires or been in them themselves. A lot of us have actually, a lot of the SFFD guys have lost their homes. And we do fire drills, we do earthquake drills, but there's always just kind of the looming threat that one day you might go to work and it might be the big one. And there's not a lot that you can do day to day besides just try to do drills and be ready and wait and see if it's going to be today.
This is the real connection
Which is
point.
kind of always the case in EMS.
Yeah, this is
it's
the
a big
real
part of the job.
This is the real connection point between trucking. Why I think so many truckers like Chris have worked, and in so many different forms of first responding, is that if you don't do your pre-trip, if you don't act like every day, there's a certain regularity. Check the bag, check the truck, check the car, check everything you need to check every day, because you never know if the one day you don't bring that one thing to work is the one day you absolutely need it, because you never know what's coming, right?
Oh, guaranteed that's the day you're going to need that tool. One time you're like, I don't need to check that bag. I already checked it. Nope. You're getting that call today.
Nope, you're getting that call today, and you won't be able to bring somebody back.
The universe will get you.
It's coming for you. Did we drop Chris, or is Chris still here?
No, I'm still here, buddy.
Okay, brother. I got to let you go because we're going to end the segment here. But, dude, really great expansion of the conversation. Appreciate you, man. Be safe out there today.
All right. Everybody have fun. Be safe. Catch you later.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, so what?
I loved hearing about that.
It's like, I'm telling you, man, it's the grooviest place in the world.
So cool.
All we have to do is, I can bring up a NASCAR thing, and somebody will call, when I was in Richard Petty's team, and it's like, okay, fantastic. Let's go from there.
I love it.
So we're going to get you back on the show at some point. We'd love to have you back. What are your plans? What do you got moving forward in regards to promoting the book?
I'd love to come back on the show. This is fun. I want to hear from more storm chasers. I'm doing as much as I can. I'm doing, radio and some podcasts, and I would like to do more traveling to go to bookstores and do it in person. It's really fun. It's a little bit tricky to set up. So right now I've got a couple of talks coming up in the Bay Area where I am, and I'm hoping to get out and do more traveling. I would love to come back on the show. My main bread and butter right now is I'm actually teaching EMTs and paramedics at a couple community colleges here in California.
Well,
I'm teaching. I'm trying to talk about the book to whoever will listen. And the big thing is trying to advocate for EMTs and paramedics and 911 and ambulances, just try to get out there and tell the world a little bit about it.
You've made a lot of friends today and a lot of people who know what you speak, and they'll get the word out there, as will we. You are welcome back anytime. Joanna Sokol, thank you so much. Happiest of Halloween weeks, although I know what that means for an EMT. Thank you so much, and EMS and everybody else. Thank you, dear.
Thank you. Happy Halloween.
We'll be right back after this as Road Gang Radio continues. LaRue should be giving us a call any minute now. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat. Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reese Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. Radio Nemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reese Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reese Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reese Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Reese Challenge at readsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's readsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
I just want to make sure you go check out Night Beat, Jimmy.
Yeah, I was going to say, so nice we played it twice. We were trying to work some stuff out over the break. That's not Andre, by the way. It's one of those things where it's like going, I got to buy us some more time, and you got to push what you got to push to make it happen. So we really want you to check out Night Beat. Have we mentioned that we really want you to check out Night Beat? Because Dave is worried nobody's listening.
Exactly. Well, hey, Night Beat, we should write whatever you want to do.
You know, I mean, we're all good with that kind of stuff. Hey, guys, good morning. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Before we actually pivot, before we make that pivot, before we pivot to Lindsay, I just want to say, guys, please check out Joanna Sokol's new book. It is so good. All of you who have worked in first responding are going to completely relate. It is fun, erudite, harrowing, exciting, mind-numbingly insane. I mean, what other book can you actually get a little bit of spiritual wisdom from and also have a guy running around the Tenderloin naked, screaming at the top of his lungs on a meth binge? I mean, I think I just described the show, didn't I, Lindsay? Good morning.
Good morning. How well can you if I talk like this?
Not bad. We can actually increase your volume. We can actually increase the piece.
Tell me if this is better. I'm from the conference here, so tell me if this is better or is this better?
That's
Hello.
better. That is better.
Okay.
That's it.
Noted.
That's the winner. Hey, welcome aboard. And by the way, just give us the 30,000-foot view of what you've been doing and what you've been scheming and what you've been dreaming over at the World of NASTIC.
Yeah, so we are here at the NASTIC conference. I actually just finished doing a podcast with David Owen and Dave Nemo, and we had several different guests from T.A. Petro. Rick Gobble is down there with them now, old friends, people from Pre-Pass, Ellen Voya, all the usual and unusual suspects, so to speak. And last night was a really great dinner honoring their drivers of the year, and had a little bit of sad news. They have 3 honorees this year, and their new transportation ambassadors of the year, myself and Tony Justice and Ingrid Brown, who we all know and love Ingrid, and she's not able to make it. She's had some health issues pop up, so if you are of the praying kind, please send your prayers Ingrid's way, because she is such an ambassador for trucking, for women, for humanity, quite frankly. And she's back over in the hospital in Chicago. So send your prayers her way, please, if you are up for it. But it was a beautiful celebration. We're here right in the heart of Music City, downtown at the Omni Hotel, and some really cool events. There's all kinds of meetings going on today. And Jim, it's cool. Every different conference we go to, there are different conversations going on. This one is obviously centered around the small trucking companies, the entrepreneurs, as we call them, behind the seats of those wheels. And Jim, I'd love to chat with you on this for a minute, because the real kind of takeaway I had this morning coming off the programming was the humanization of that driver behind the wheel, and less about the big bad truck. But remember, there's a person behind the wheel of that truck, and really trying to shift the narrative to be, it's not the truck. The truck does nothing without the human. So remember, it's a human there. That's somebody's mom, dad, sister, brother, baby. And that's sort of a powerful message that we were speaking about this morning.
Yeah, and Dave, as you know, as Nemo Nation has kind of found its footing, that has been one of Dave's biggest focus as he talks to people who run trucking associations, as he talks to the journalists who kind of cover all those events, is that he kind of goes back to an ongoing trope he's talked about the human being, is that people always say, people are always willing to assign blame to a driver when it's four wheels or a human being. What they don't see when they see that truck, they just see what I call the 18-wheel, 70,000-pound fire-breathing dragon. It becomes kind of a stand-in for everything, so that anytime they have one bad experience with a truck, they don't see any other truck. They only see their one bad experience with a truck, so every truck becomes that. And you've talked about this a lot, too. We talk about the idea of how the sausage gets made on this show all the time. Terry talked about it this morning at length. He talked about how important truckers were for both musical events and haunted happenings, and about how truckers serve as the gatekeepers, almost as kind of a second line of security for many people who work in the entertainment industry, who work as first responders, who often they end up becoming this wall. And if we can somehow start getting to see people when they're outside of their truck as the people inside of their truck, Lindsay, I think the only way this is going to happen is if more truck drivers expand, not their circle of friends, but expand their circle of friends into their reality as a truck driver. A lot of them don't want to talk about what they do because they think people find it boring. But I think the real important thing is, if anybody ever asks a person who is in trucking what they do, don't just say, I'm a truck driver. Say, well, I actually drive trucks for such and such a company or for myself, but here's what I haul. And here's where I take it, and here's who I meet. And it goes back to the idea, Kevin.
I think that's a good point, because, I think it's this morning about the idea that all their members they basically all are one stoplight towns. It's very rural, and those people as well. Again, it goes back to taking the message outside. Those people in their rural towns know what mom or dad is doing for a living. And between being out on the road, going to work, and then coming home and remaining in their small town, they don't get a chance to get the message out. So when you do go on the road, you're right, Jim, tell that one extra person. One extra person understanding what you're doing means two more and two more and two more. And the message just, again, stays within trucking unless we do something about it. But that's up to us. That's up to the drivers. That's up to, you're right, to really take ownership. I think ownership is a big word that's important here. Ownership of what you do. Own it. Like, don't be embarrassed. Don't be humble. Like, own what you do, because it is one of the most powerful things in our entire country, literally and figuratively.
I'm going to say this too, and this is my note to everybody out there. This is like literally, and by the way, guys, we talk about the power of writing a lot, both on this show and more importantly on We Should Write. But this is one of those places. Joanna Sokol, who was just on the show, Lindsay, she was able to actually create that book because she journaled religiously about all the experiences she had as an EMS and an EMT. Because she did that, she had a great wealth of knowledge to draw from when she was ready to write the book. But this is a simple place to start. Here's why I'm a truck driver, and just write that paragraph, just one paragraph every day. Your reasons can change. Here's the second thing you need to practice and start saying. After you tell somebody what it is you do for a living and who it is you serve, to ask anybody you tell, the biggest favor you can do for me is I can't ask you to go out and get in people's faces about trucking, but the next person you talk to who brings up truck driving, I would like you to say the following. And let them know what it is a truck driver does. One of the best things, it lands. If you can go to somebody and say, I have a favor to ask. Now that you know what I do, if anybody speaks disparagingly or dismissively of what a truck driver does, tell them this. And figure out what message it is you want communicated. Because if enough people start correcting, this truck driver cut me off, and it's like, are you sure they cut you off, or did you not use your blinker? I hate to do this to you. Are you sure they couldn't let you in the lane because they can't slam on their brakes in the blink of an eye the same way a four-wheeler can? And I really think that anybody who broaches the topic of trucking should be able to take a little pushback if they have a negative opinion, because there should be enough people out there who can push back because their friends in the industry have told them exactly what they do. And I think writing is a hell of a place to start by getting your thoughts straightened out. It's one of the other great powerful things about writing. It helps you make your case better when you get into public, right?
Yeah, right. And writing on the other side, you said write down, here's why I am a truck driver, and if that changes, I think maybe even take the negative spin as well, if you will, so you're able to better not debate necessarily, but have a conversation about it. If you as the truck driver are writing down, okay, why would a four-wheeler not like me, be scared of me, be timid around me, think I'm controversial, whatever. Like, try to perhaps, as a truck driver, see it from the other side in their eyes, and then write that all down, get it all out, and kind of formulate what you will say when that comes up. And then you're not as worried to have conversations with people outside. It's like, I know what their issues are going to be, and here's how I can not clap back, but clap back. Because I think sometimes we take too much of well, I'm a driver and you need me. If you got it, I brought it, and that's true. But also sometimes we've got to stand in somebody else's shoes. And drivers have family members that aren't drivers, and drivers aren't always drivers. They're also on the other side of it sometimes themselves as well. So maybe if you come in at that perspective and sort of write down, what would I say back, and be prepared. What would I say when somebody was scolding me, or I got into an altercation, or somebody came at me? What would I say? How would I feel if I were them? And maybe that'll level the playing field.
Yeah, the other thing is, too, is like, there's a lot of things, and I will tell you, where people who aren't part of this industry and aren't part of the lifestyle, the men and women who listen to this show and are out there on the road doing their thing, there's a lot of things that are those people's problem. Here is what the problem is for truck drivers. Don't ever say, well, if you don't know, that's your problem. No, if they don't know, that's our problem. If these people out there, if the people who don't work in the transportation industry, who don't drive trucks, don't understand, that's actually our problem. That is what truck drivers, that is the limit of what truck drivers are responsible for. To be able to articulate what a difficult job it is to do, how incredibly dangerous it is, and how most of the danger that comes from most great truck drivers has nothing to do with them. They're doing their pre-trip, they're doing their post-trip, they're actually playing by all the rules and regulations and the rules of the road. The only problem good truck drivers have on the road on a serious basis, outside of inclement weather and outside of unforeseen natural disasters, is people on the road who don't understand what truck drivers are doing or how those machines operate, because they are the ones who are consistently putting our friends and our family members in harm's way, straight up. And that's where we have a problem, because if we don't communicate that, we can't stop it from happening. That's it. Full stop.
Full stop. We said full stop at the same time.
I love it. I love it. Lindsay, okay, so what's been fun over there? Good times? What are you guys doing in terms of good times? Dave gave some great remarks. Thank you for sending them to me. But what's been happening there that's fun? It's always fun to be over at Nastic.
Well, my chicken was good last night. I had real good chicken and risotto last night. I always love a good meal. Honestly, what's fun about it is that I'm not in charge of anything. That is what's fun to me about this for one time. I'm just kind of showing up, and I actually we saw an old friend who said, "Oh, I think you and I are co-hosting something this afternoon." And I said, "Well, I have not heard that. Let me know." So I'm just kind of Dave and I are just wandering, showing up at things. I will say it was nice to see David Owen from Nastic and David Nemo reconnect, and I tried to send you my award over, Jim, but the file's too big, so I'll get it to y'all later. But I said that was one thing. I got to stand on stage with David Owen and Dave Nemo and be in a Dave sandwich right between them, which was a little bit of a weird moment, but also beautiful. And I think bridging that gap was sort of fun. Being honored for something that I wouldn't have even thought of, ever seen myself as a. I do see myself as an ambassador for transportation, but I don't see myself getting an award for it. So that was nice. And yeah, nice just to hang out, see people. It's always good to reconnect, and honestly, really nice. Most importantly, Jim, to stay in a hotel in downtown and have a night away from my daughter. I thought I was going to have a really good sleep. I slept 0 last night, though, of course. It's always, I think I put too much pressure on having a good night's sleep, and then I got no sleep. But plus, Seamus is with me. My husband's with me down here, and he worked on Good Morning America this morning. They did a live shot from Vanderbilt, so he had to wake up at 2:30 this morning. That put a little bit of a hindrance in it. That being said, it's always nice to be away, even if it's just down the street, and nice to be here with you guys this morning.
Yeah, and by the way, and I understand this completely. You know, we don't think about those kind of awards, and I'm willing to bet, I'll put good money on this, Lindsay, that you probably said to yourself, "Oh, great." I don't mean like sarcastically, like, great, this is another opportunity to call attention to the men and women that I care about so much. That's one of the things that people don't realize. When you get those awards, what it really is an opportunity to is for us to do a press release congratulating you and celebrating you, to let people know, hey, good things are going on over here, but they're going on over here because it's all made possible by the men and women who listen and the people that we speak about. I mean, the whole point of the award is you as a forward-facing ambassador for the industry, somebody who actually understands the grind, not just from a anecdotal perspective of all the people that talk with us, but you've been on the road. I mean, and it's like, Terry talked about that at length today, about how much trust performers put in the hands of the men and women who actually drive them around. I mean, he actually came out and he said it point blank. He said the most important thing when we would arrive someplace was figuring out how quickly we could get the driver back to his or her hotel and get them a good night's sleep, because people were depending on them. Okay, all right. Well, you know what time it is, don't you?
It's time to pivot.
Pivot. We're going to breaker, back talk here a little bit, because why not? Since we get you on the line, why not bring a touchdown turtle Tara Garris into the equation? Good morning to you, Tara. Tell Lindsay over in Nashville, who's actually, in that neck of the woods. She's always closer to you than me, so I don't know why I'm saying that. Go ahead, go on.
Nashville, go on. I'm excited to be here. Good morning to both of you. Good morning, Lindsay. I know you're kind of on remote, but good morning.
Good morning. I'm a little bit closer to you. I'm 30 minutes closer to you than normal, so I'll take it. I feel your presence.
I feel you.
Tara?
I feel you.
Tara, welcome aboard.
Go on.
Go on.
Well, we got lots of listener comments rolling in, but we have a couple that are for Sleeper Cab Library segments from authors. So a couple comments. This one, let's start here. This one was from the interview with Selena Fergasi, the Pearl Jam Live 35 Years of Legendary Music. The listener said, most of my friends think I'm the biggest Pearl Jam fan that they know. This person has seen 53 times. They've seen them live since 1998. That's a lot. They said whether you're at your first Pearl Jam show or the 100th one, they always make it so special. They said they've traveled around the globe to see this band and fortunate enough to have the story inside of Selena's book. So I just wanted to pull this because 53 times at a show that's crazy. That's dedication.
Lindsay, what is the name of the group?
What group?
The group of people who go all over the world to see them. What is the name of their fans?
Shoot. I got to think. You got to look it up and see because there is an official name for they don't have like a fan club name, but the people within it. You Google it if you can.
I'm going to take care of it right now.
Looking that up. Yeah, while you're looking that up, Tara, I got to tell you, yes, 53 is a lot of times to see somebody. However, my husband and I went to the Pearl Jam show here in Nashville at Bridgestone, and there were a group of guys in front of us that were traveling. They were at their 142nd Pearl Jam show.
142?
The 10 Club.
The 10. Yeah, the 10 Club. Thank you. And that
crazy.
blew my mind. Well, 53 would blow my mind. So 142 clearly blows my mind. But it comes to a thing. I mean, in my head, what's the tipping point? And me, if you've seen anybody over 5 times, I don't think there's really anybody I've seen more than 2 or 3 times, if that, outside of, Broadway performers or whatever. So that's a whole different animal. That is a life commitment that I can't wrap my head around. But bands need those people, and it takes all kinds. So yeah, it's credible.
Wow.
By the way,
insane.
guys, pearljam.com/10-club. They think so much of them. They've given them their own page on the Pearl Jam official website. That's how much they think of the 10 Club. That's how much those people are dedicated to the point. And, of course, Vedder, who is one of the great acknowledgers of fan support, which is, by the way, like Jerry Garcia, because of that, that's why they have loyal fans, because they know that they have loyal fans. That's how loyal fans develop when you actually go about the business of nurturing, curating, and keeping up with them. It's a big deal, and it's really groovy stuff.
10 Club sounds more VIP than, like, jammies. Or
the pajamas.
Or even like, the pajamas. Or Swifties or something. 10 Club feels like, I'm a
sophisticated
VIP member of this club. Yeah. I like it.
I love it.
I love it. Go.
Okay, another one. Do you remember the interview with Diana Ziegler, who wrote the book about Gladys Knight and the Pips and William Guest? This was a few months back.
I do, actually. I was over in Ocean Springs with Dre when we did that interview. I absolutely remember it, yes.
Yes. Well, this comment came in. It says, "Thank you for sharing this. William Guest was my cousin. I didn't really get to meet him or get to know him, and I got to know him more through this interview." How cool is that someone is connecting to this interview personally, but also people finding these conversations way later than they were ever live? I mean, I think we were still on the old platform potentially when this interview happened. So the fact that they're just now finding this and getting to learn more about their cousin through you guys is a wild thought.
Lindsay, let me take this one for a second here real quick, and then I want to if you want to kind of expand on what I'm going to say here. This is why it's so important, and Ten Ring pointed this out, guys, by the way. We got a whole ton of listeners this morning. Less than half of them hit the like button. As much as listenership makes a difference, the like button actually affects the algorithm of things much more intensely, in case people didn't know. So if you haven't hit the like button now. We're going to keep on pushing that as well. There's a whole bunch of stuff. This is what's so important about what we're doing format-wise, is that we are in the midst of a great adventure here, and we have spent the last 4 months building up an infrastructure of, breaking up segments of this show into individual podcasts, breaking this up into playlists over in YouTube. All of that stuff is going on. I would tell anybody who has taken the ride with us so far that what you're doing right now is you are engaged with us in a great adventure of building something with us, which is why we prioritize our friends like Trucker Bosun and Marshall, Chris, who called this morning with a great phone call, Chowder, who called with a great phone call during Terry. This is why you guys are so important. You become, in many ways, like Lindsay is an ambassador for trucking, as is Dave. You need to become ambassadors for the show. It makes a big difference because the more people hit the like button, the more people who have never found that before in searching for Gladys Knight and the Pips, that will pop up. They will see that and they will find something and maybe make a discovery they weren't aware of, and find a cousin and find a long lost friend. Lindsay, I can't tell you the number of people reacting to songs on the internet, that big kind of phenomenon. I can't tell you the number of times I've read the comment section and somebody says, so-and-so was my cousin. Charlie Daniels and I worked together back in 1978, and I remember when this song first came out, what a big deal it was. People want to find out about the stories of their lives, and if we, in fact, keep doing what we're doing over here, that's going to keep on happening. I wanted to kind of turn it over to you, Lindsay.
Yeah, no, I mean, you said it, nailed it, full stop. It's if you want to hear the things, you got to get involved, you got to get engaged, and that's why this show is really cool. And Tara finds that out when she sees all the comments, because we hit such we really do hit a broad perspective of things, but it comes down to something for everyone within the container of what we do. This isn't just a show that's like something for the masses, but it is something for everyone within our spectrum of trucking, I feel like.
100%. I mean, this next comment, Lindsay, you're over at NASTIC at the conference right now. This was left on the NASTIC post from the YouTube channel from them coming on the show last week. Someone commented, "Damn, I missed it." And this is just perfect reminder, and it flows right into this, is that every segment, if you've missed it, it relives on YouTube, on all your podcast platforms. If you love Revolution Road, for instance, there is a podcast that is Revolution Road where you can listen to all of those. If you're a country and Western music news fan, all those archives are right there. Favorite podcasting app. Go listen. They're there for you to listen back to, and you don't have to listen live. We love our live listeners. Our Facebook and YouTube chat are blowing up, and they're great, and we love you guys. But also, we know you don't have time to listen to the full 4 hours, some of you, and so we wanted to make that available for you on all platforms.
Well, and can we just say, I know that we do have the new email, because even as you just explained that, Tara, there are people out there that still won't understand. They'll be like, yeah, I know that it's everywhere, but I don't know what that means. So if you need just like an easy place to start, you can shoot us an email at
Road Gang Radio. Go ahead, Tara.
Well, also, I mean, just go to RadioNemo.com and go to contact us, and you can choose who you would like to contact. If you want to contact me, if you want to contact Jimmy, Lindsay, wherever and whoever you want to contact, that will automatically email us. So go to our RadioNemo.com and go to contact us, and you'll be able to do that there as well.
There you go. So RadioNemo.com is the baseline for everything you need, because again, as many times as it really is an awareness thing, and as many times as we can say we're everywhere, that is a little overwhelming for somebody who doesn't understand what that means or understand all the streaming. So RadioNemo.com is your best bet to either find what you're looking for, or just message us and say, "Help, I need somebody, help, not just anybody, I need you." Okay, go on.
Go on.
Okay, well, we had a fun question drop in from Angela Y. It says, if y'all started a trucking themed band, what would the name of the band be? And also, who would be the drummer? Obviously, Dave is the drummer. Lindsay's our lead singer. Yeah. I play nothing, so I'll play triangle or something, whatever. And do Andre or Madison? Of course I am. Of course I am the backup dancer. Duh. Do Andre or Madison play instruments? Do they play anything? No? Okay. They're backup dancers with me. Jimmy, I think backup vocals, Irish accent. Any thoughts on how we could push this in the right direction? Name of band?
Absolutely not. And let me tell you something. We're going to form a road gang band. Here's how we're going to do it. Lindsay's going to be the singer. Dave's going to play percussion. Then Lindsay's going to go figure out who the rest of the band members are, and they'll dress up like us. And that's the end of that nonsense.
Perfect. You guys are both... Jim is the MC that brings the band on the stage every time.
Oh, absolutely. Love that.
Come on.
Love that.
Tara backup dances, and I think Dre and Madison are, they're our hype men and women. They're hype. I like a hype moment.
I'll tell you this too, though. I would put Dre backstage in a heartbeat, literally having him run interference. But you don't come out there. No, you go out there now. I mean, I would have Dre run what's going on backstage and be like, "Everybody, stay out, stay out, stay out of here, get out of here." We got to go, Tara. We are done. We are done. You're out of time.
Oh my goodness. What?
Give us one more thing. Give us one more thing. Tiny.
Speaking of music, someone commented, and it's someone that we know, Flatbed Red, longtime friend of the show, commented and said that Autumn McIntyre used to play at a little coffee shop where she worked in Findlay, Ohio, which was obviously the We Should Write guest this week. Small world. Insane.
Oh, wow. I love that. Yeah, well, thanks for bringing that up and ending on that, because you can listen to the new episode of We Should Write on all streaming platforms. You can find it on RadioNemo.com. It's very easy on RadioNemo.com or on Apple, Spotify, iHeart, wherever you listen to your podcast. Just type in We Should Write and it will pop up. It's the only We Should Write on there. And Autumn McIntyre was a great guest. And
yes,
we dove deep. So I love that somebody had a personal connection. Very cool.
Very cool. Very cool. Tara, you have to shuffle off this radio coil. Lindsay, you gonna stick around for Peter or just come back for country and western? Your call.
No, I want to talk about cannibalism. I'm not going anywhere.
I didn't think so. We'll be back after this with the last empty places with our good friend Peter Stark, Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack. We will go on and on and on until everybody gets sick of us, and beyond that as well too. Love you, Lindsay.
Love you, TT.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers.
Can you hear me, Jen?
Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We can, and we did. Oh, well, a few things are happening, and we're happening now. We did, and we are here. This is the last hour, well, the live hour of Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Jimmy Mack, and Lindsay's here.
Lindsay Lawler is in the house. Good morning to you, LaRue. How are you?
I'm great. I'm moving and shaking down here, shaking hands and I almost said shaking babies. I'm not shaking babies. Shaking hands and kissing babies down here at the NASTIC conference in Music City in the heart of downtown Nashville. So, yeah, it's very fun. It's all things are happening, everything everywhere all at once, Jimmy.
And by the way, it's like one of those great Jerry Lewis telethons, especially the one where they brought Dean Martin out after many years of not having spoken to Jerry Lewis. You actually have got some fabulous pictures of you, Dave Nemo, and our good friend David Owen getting together, smiling and laughing. Before we bring on our next guest, I do want to cover this really quickly. We'll cover it again. Andrew King hates to be the bearer of bad news, but there are new troubling signs that the freight market may be headed for significant hardship. Nobody wants to hear it, and it's hard to believe things can get much worse. But the director of the OOIDA Foundation says the data out there can help people make more informed decisions about their business. Plus, Tom Mullen has a pretty good gig as the chairman of the American Trucking and Industry Leader Hall of Fame. They just included 4 new members, and it just kills me, Lindsay. I should have been there to be the MC, but I'm glad you guys are over in NASTC. They just inducted 4 new members who have shaped the trucking industry in important ways. Tom will be telling Ashley and Scott about their contributions, along with other things that make his job at the American Truck Historical Society so much fun. That is our good friends Scott and Ashley for Trucking with OOIDA, coming up here immediately after Road Gang Radio. Now, Lindsay, take a breath with me. Dre's going to play some music, and then we're going to bring our next guest in, who everybody knows all too well. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's right. Only that laugh would be appropriate on a Last Empty Places that actually is about cannibalism. You guys all know Peter Stark, by the way, author, adventurer, and magnificent writer. He joins us as a guide to those out-of-the-way places in America and beyond that many listeners have either driven through or flown above, but have not fully appreciated, understood, or contemplated. The only thing to guide you is your wits when Peter Stark arrives on the scene. Good morning to you, my friend.
Good morning. The music's giving me the chills.
It's supposed to. And by the way, Lindsay is over in Nashville for a conference today, but she's with us on the phone, and we were trying to decide which segment she would be on, and I asked her, I said, you're going to be able to make Peter? And she said, the topic is cannibalism. Of course I'm going to be there. Lindsay, do you want to start this conversation off?
Yes, I want to start it. I want to middle it. I want to end it. I want to talk to Peter for the rest of my life about cannibalism. This, both fascinates me and keeps me up at night. So yes, I am here. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, nothing like talking about cannibalism at breakfast.
Yeah, right. Good times. Good times. Well, I feel like, Peter, I feel like I'm also in the music industry, and that feels a little bit like cannibalism as well, which is like we just eat each other alive out here. So I feel like I'm in good company. No, this is, there are a million angles and ways to take this conversation, but I just want to start here because, we obviously have evolved enough where this doesn't come up too often in our own lives, thankfully. But it does look us, cannibalism forces us to confront our most primal survival instincts, of course. I'm so curious, Peter, when you look at these stories and your research on it, do you find, is cannibalism, is it an act of desperation, or can it also be seen really as like a distorted form of devotion, keeping a loved one with you in the most literal sense, or keeping yourself alive? Like it's kind of, is it equal parts? Is it equal parts desperation and devotion? Is that too much to say?
I would say it's mostly desperation. And in the context of Europeans, in the context of other cultures, there have been cultures who cannibalize their victims and ingest the spiritual strength of their victims. They do it to incorporate literally in their bodies the strength of their victim, and it's in a way it's a respect. In some of the Native American cultures, that was an important thing. To if you slayed a particularly brave warrior, your opponent, eating his heart was one way of recognition of his power, and that you're now ingesting that. However, in European culture, it happened in a lot of different ways, but almost every way had to do with desperation. And, in some ways, cannibalism could be closer than we all think. And here we are, we're getting close to Thanksgiving. The year is turning. It's getting darker. It's colder. We go outside, a little chill. We're going out for a walk or hunting or trick-or-treating in the cold. And we don't realize that we're actually entering the realm of a powerful supernatural force. I know a guy who ventured out that way once and had quite a story.
Go
when
on.
Your Jeep spins lazily off the mountain road, when your Jeep spins lazily off the mountain and slams backward into a snowbank, you don't worry immediately about the cold. Your first thought is that you've just dented your bumper. Your second is that you failed to bring a shovel. Your third is that you'll be late for dinner. Friends are expecting you at their cabin around 8 for a moonlight ski, a late dinner, a sauna. Nothing can keep you from that. Driving out of town, defroster roaring, you barely noted the bank thermometer on the town square, minus 27 degrees at 6:36. The radio weather report warned of a deep mass of Arctic air settling over the region. The man who took your money at the Conoco station shook his head at the register and said he wouldn't be going anywhere tonight if he were you. You smiled. A little chill never hurt anybody with enough fleece and a good four-wheel drive. But now you're stuck. Jamming the gear shift into low, you try to muscle out of the drift. The tires whine on ice-slickened road as headlights dance in the curtain of frosted firs across the road. You ease the lever back into park. You shoulder open the door and step from your heated capsule. Cold slaps your naked face, squeezes tears from your eyes. You check your watch. 7:18. You consult your map. A thin, switchbacking line snakes up the mountain to the penciled square that marks the cabin. Breath rolls from you in short, frosted puffs. The Jeep lies cocked sideways in the snowbank like an empty turtle shell. You think of firelight and saunas and warm food and wine. You look again at the map. It's maybe 5 or 6 miles more to that penciled square. You run that far every day before breakfast. You'll just put on your skis and ski there. No problem. There is no precise core temperature at which the human body perishes from cold. The lowest recorded core temperature in a surviving adult is 60.8 degrees. For a child, it's lower. In 1994, a 2-year-old girl in Saskatchewan wandered out of her house into a 40-degree night. She was found near her doorstep the next morning, limbs frozen, her core temperature 57 degrees. Others are less fortunate, even in much milder conditions. One of Europe's worst weather disasters occurred during a 1964 competition walk on a windy, rainy English moor. 3 of the racers died from hypothermia, though temperatures never fell below freezing and ranged as high as 45. But for all scientists and statisticians now know of freezing and its physiology, no one can yet predict exactly how quickly and in whom hypothermia will strike, and whether it will kill when it does. The cold remains a mystery, more prone to fell men than women, more lethal to the thin and well-muscled than to those with avoirdupois, and least forgiving to the arrogant and the unaware. So that guy got into real trouble. And I won't go on with the story. We could pick it up later. But in the European world, cannibalism usually struck in the Arctic, and it struck big time. These Arctic explorers from England, especially the British, Royal Navy adventurers, would push themselves so far north, trying to find the Northwest Passage over the northern edge of the continent, or trying to reach the North Pole or be farthest north in the Arctic. That was a huge goal. It was a celebrated goal in the 1800s and early 1900s. And they would go so far that they would get themselves stuck. And then when they got themselves stuck, winter would set in. And after that, there was no way back. And you can guess what happened then. They started dying. And they're in their ship or in their hut or tent, and there they are, a bunch of starving men, thinking about food constantly. And eventually one of them just gives out, perishes. By British Royal Navy tradition standards, you give him a decent service, put him to rest somewhere, out in the snowbank, out in the behind the cabin, and it's known that he's there, and you'll all carry on, suffering, starving, but leaving the man his dignity. And then what happens is that one night someone sneaks out of the cabin, and the next morning they look at the body and there's a chunk of it missing. And then every night after that, the body gets hacked apart a little bit more. And the commander starts investigating who is cannibalizing our mate. And that's when the trouble begins. They start fighting over whether or not we're going to cannibalize each other and what are the punishments for someone who does. So I have a lot of stories that go into that world, but that's the general outline of what happens.
I could listen to you read. You need to read Halloween stories, by the way, for a 98th job, just to add to the mix.
Oh my God! And by the way, if I'm remembering correctly, the opening story, by the way, was a portion from Last Breath. If I got that right, correct, Peter?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, that's right. And it goes on for quite a while. And this guy, the you character, makes one little mistake after another as he's climbing up, through the woods and the snow and on his skis up this hill to the mountain, up to the cabin, and one little mistake after another adds up, and his temperature starts dropping. And the story traces how when his hands reach 60 degrees, that's when the hands are cold, how the capillaries constrict and take blood away from your skin and send it deeper into your torso to keep your vital organs warm. And then how you start losing brain function as your body temperature drops to 95 degrees. And for every degree below that, you lose a certain percentage of brain function. And he's slogging up the mountain, and all his body temperature begins to fall. He falls in the snow. He decides he should turn back, and he falls in the snow. And when he does, his ski binding breaks, and so now he has to dig around to find the binding in the snow. And then he eventually does and tries to ski again, and then he hits a log and falls, and he breaks an ankle. Now he's lying there in the snow, and it then traces his body temperature going down bit by bit, and now he starts imagining the hallucinatory effects of hypothermia, of extreme cold. So it's with every 1 degree drop in body temperature below 95, your cerebral metabolic rate falls off by 3 to 5%. When your core temperature reaches 93, amnesia nibbles at your consciousness.
Oh, God.
You check your watch, 12:58. Maybe someone will come looking for you soon. Moments later, you check again. You can't keep the numbers in your head. You'll remember little of what happens next. Your head drops back. The snow crunches softly in your ear. In the minus 35 degree air, your core temperature falls about 1 degree every 30 to 40 minutes. your body heat leaching out into the soft enveloping snow. Apathy at 91 degrees. Stupor at 90. You've now crossed the boundary into profound hypothermia. By the time your core temperature has fallen to 88 degrees, your body has abandoned the urge to warm itself by shivering. Your blood is thickening like crankcase oil in a cold engine. Your oxygen consumption, a measure of your metabolic rate, has fallen by more than a quarter. Your kidneys, however, work overtime to process the fluid overload that occurred when the blood vessels in your extremities constricted and squeezed fluids toward your center. You feel a powerful urge to urinate, the only thing you feel at all. By 87 degrees, you've lost the ability to recognize a familiar face should one suddenly appear from the woods. At 86 degrees, your heart, its electrical impulses hampered by chilled nerve tissues, becomes arrhythmic. It now pumps less than 2/3 the normal amount of blood. The lack of oxygen and the slowing metabolism of your brain, meanwhile, begin to trigger visual and auditory hallucinations. You hear jingle bells. Lifting your face from your snow pillow, you realize with a surge of gladness that they're not sleigh bells. They're welcoming bells hanging from the door of your friend's cabin. You knew it had to be close by. The jingling is the sound of the cabin door opening just through the fir trees. Attempting to stand, you collapse in a tangle of skis and poles. That's okay. You can crawl. It's so close. Hours later, or maybe it's minutes, you realize the cabin still sits beyond the grove of trees. You crawled only a few feet. The light on your wristwatch pulses in the darkness. 5:20. Exhausted, you decide to rest your head for a moment. When you lift it again, you're inside, lying on the floor before the wood stove. The fire throws off a red glow. First it's warm, then it's hot, then it's searing your flesh. Your clothing is caught on fire. At 85 degrees, those freezing to death in a strange, anguished paroxysm often rip off their clothes. This phenomena, known as paradoxical undressing, is common enough that urban victims are sometimes initially diagnosed as victims of sexual assault. Though researchers are uncertain of the cause, the most logical explanation is that shortly before the loss of consciousness, the constricted blood vessels near the body's surface suddenly dilate and produce a sensation of extreme heat against the skin. All you know is that you're burning. You claw off your shell and pile sweater and fling them away. But then, in a final moment of clarity, you realize there's no stove, no cabin, no friends. You're lying alone in the bitter cold, naked from the waist up. You grasp your terrible misunderstanding, a whole series of misunderstandings, like a dream ratcheting into wrongness. You shed your clothes, your car, your oil-heated house in town. Without this ingenious technology, you're simply a delicate tropical organism whose range is restricted to a narrow sunlit band that girds the earth at the equator. And now you've ventured way beyond it. So the guy is in deep trouble.
This special Halloween edition of The Last Empty Places has been brought to you by Peter Stark. Lindsay, I sat there going, I looked over at the clock and I'm like, maybe I'm freezing to death right now because I really feel the need to rip my clothes off. I'm so traumatized right now.
I'm serious.
Well, so now we can. So that's hypothermia, but it's this is so related to the cannibalism story. So we can talk about the power of cold and the power of the human urge to stay alive in the cold and starving and in starving conditions, and what that can do to the human psyche.
I got to say, what I'm thinking about, Jim, I'm trying to think if I would eat Jim first or he would eat me first if we were trapped, is where my head went. But I got to say, Peter, years ago I was playing a show in Missoula, Montana in January. You do the math. And my guitar player's family, the guitar player's family has a cabin on Placid Lake. And so that's where we were staying, and there was a huge snowstorm. And everyone's like, don't go back to the cabin for the night. Stay down here in Missoula. And we're like, we'll be fine. So we're a full band in a minivan luging to get down.
This is just like the story.
Literally. And in my head, I'm like, at the time, I'm like, what could go wrong? I didn't even think anything.
Now you know.
Listening to you read. Now I know, listening to you read. I guess maybe, could you talk real quickly about that? Like, as we think cannibalism is so far off from us, but if you find yourself in a desperate situation, no matter what year or culture you're in, we don't know what we'll do until we're in it, I guess, right?
Yeah. I think, in almost all cultures, there's such strictures against cannibalism. I mean, it's if it were a allowed and easily acceptable thing, we'd all be killing and eating each other every day, because it's a lot easier doing that than making money and going to the supermarket and buying meat. Kill your neighbor and eat him. So there are good reasons that human species would not have survived if cannibalism were a deeply ingrained habit in human society. In all of them, or in daily life. So but in these extreme circumstances, that those strictures just fall away. They just get chipped away in strange ways, and some people really resist it, and others are much more practical about it. In the story of the Donner Party. In the wagon train crossing the Sierra on the Oregon Trail, and they cross the Sierra Mountains, and they get stuck in deep snow in the winter, and they're about 100 people, and they're trying to send someone out to bring in rescuers, and meanwhile there are all these women and children kind of trapped in these home built cabins in the snow, and there's one bigger party that goes out to try to get help. And in this bigger party, that I think there are a couple of women and several men. And it's really interesting that the women end up being much more, much tougher in a way than the men, and more sort of together mentally in this situation. And I can't remember exactly with the search party if they end up eating each other, or some of them just end up dying, or they get into gun battles. But it's extremely tense. And then meanwhile, back at the cabins, the women and children, there are a few men there, that whenever someone dies, they eat the body and to stay alive. And so there's this very practical aspect to it. I did let's see, what was this? Oh, this is years ago. Do you remember the famous story about the Uruguayan rugby team that was flying over the Andes?
They made a movie about it. They made a movie about it. As a matter of fact.
It's called Alive. Is the story? It was a huge bestseller. This is like early '70s as a book and then a movie. And the guy who was sort of ended up being that leader of that party, and was the guy who managed to get out with another. He led 2 or 3 guys to get out and bring in help, and to do that, it's such a grisly story that they had to literally, turn their dead companions into jerky, human jerky, and fill their packs to climb over the Andes to get to help. And the guy who was sort of the leader of this whole thing ended up, he was a medical student. He ended up being a doctor. And a few years ago, he wrote a book telling the story from his point of view. And he asked me to give an endorsement, a blurb for his book. So I read this whole book, and I was in touch with him. And it was just such a revelation of the sheer practicality of it, of that if we're going to stay alive, this is what we have to do. and we're not killing our friends. They're already dead. Some died in the plane crash, and then some died eventually, perished from hunger and whatnot. And they all made a pact that if I die, they're caught in this air, they're stuck in the snow way up in the Andes, and they make a pact that if I die, you should eat my body, and they all agree to that, and so they go about it very practically about how they're going to stay alive up there, and then how they're going to find help. So it seems so shocking to those of us, all of us, who have been not indoctrinated, enculturated with this idea, the notion that it's just absolutely taboo to eat a human body. In those circumstances, it's like the taboos fall away, at least eventually. Maybe not at first, but they do eventually.
Peter, we have to button it here. We're out of time, but I want to just kind of button it here.
Oh, already?
I know. I'm telling you, food is energy. Energy is heat. And people need to remember that. That's the big thing about being in those Arctic, out-of-the-way places. Those last empty places can often find you having to make a decision between violating what you thought your foundational core values were and actually making your way to safety and to continue to live. My brother, I would ask you to keep this conversation going next month, but we always talk about your Thanksgiving feast, and I am not going to put that and mix that in there with this. We love you. We're not going to mix it. I'll give you a call sometime in the next couple of days. Lots to talk about. Peter Stark can be found at peterstarkauthor.com, on Instagram at Peter Stark Adventure Historian, on the Book of Face at Peter W. Stark, and Stark Adventurer on the Twitter that is now known as X. Thank you, Peter. Love you.
Thank you, guys. Love you all.
Thank you. Love one another. Don't eat them unless you have to.
Unless you have to. We'll be back after this. Country and Western music news. Both kinds?
Okay.
All kinds.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Hoedown, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Sure is. Yeah, woo!
Oh, hey there.
Oh, hello.
Hi. Go on.
Hi, guys. Well, welcome back to your country and western music news, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
That was kind of spooky. On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
And on this show we celebrate particularly country kinds. Okay, Jim, I love this story. So, a fan-generated petition for George Strait to replace Bad Bunny as the halftime entertainment at the 2026 Super Bowl is attracting major support online. Have you seen this?
I have seen it, by the way. I've seen it, by the way. And the number of people who keep posting things about George Strait actually being involved need to stop posting that stuff. But there is a petition. I have seen it. Go on.
Yeah, George is not involved. George doesn't know what change.org is. He just is the change. He has no part of this petition for sure. Okay, so I'll admit that I got all ready and set around anxious to see the announcement of who would be the performer at the Super Bowl. And when it was said, Jim, not only was I so bummed, I was also so confused because if my own life depended on it, I could not tell you one song of Bad Bunny's. And I'm not knocking him. I just don't personally know it. He will be the performer. I know he's a pop Latin superstar, and I just personally, it doesn't scream to me the superpower and all the, American recognition or even the nostalgia to me that is required in a Super Bowl performer. So, to me, the Super Bowl halftime is about bringing people together under the commonality of songs that we all know, that we all want to stand up and sing along with, young, old, black, white, be able to scoop some queso and live our best lives in that 15 minutes together. Would you agree with, again, not knocking Bad Bunny as a person or performer, I just don't personally think that we're at a place where he is he's too current for me. Agree? Disagree?
Would you like my defense of Bad Bunny, or would you like what were they thinking?
Both.
Well, I know what they're thinking. I understand what they're thinking, but you can give your defense. Sure.
Well, my defense of Bad Bunny is that the people who actually run those downtown marketing. Okay, I'm going to go really to left field here. Bear with me for a second. So USC played Notre Dame, and Notre Dame came out as a 10-point favorite. And every single fanboy and every single Notre Dame hater came out and was like going, "That's ridiculous. I can't believe they made it a 10-point spread." Guess what the final score of the game was? 34-24. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the people who analyze numbers and do this for a living, many of them know exactly what they're up to. So the guys who make book in Las Vegas kind of got the score. They know what the deal is. If Roger Goodell and the NFL went to a marketing firm or went to an analytics firm and said, "Look, we really want to get this particular demographic interested in watching the game. We really want to pull in a lot of women from this demographic so that they're throwing parties and they're doing this thing. Who's the best guy we can go with?" I wouldn't be surprised if that was part of the consideration to expand the final numbers of the game. And the other thing I would say is, once again, from the top, from the deep bottom of my soul, Puerto Ricans and New Orleans are American citizens. Mm-hmm. Full stop. No matter what anybody wants to say or anybody wants to think, the people of Puerto Rico are American citizens. Now, having said that, what in the hell were they thinking?
Yeah.
What in the hell were they thinking? My dad, who, as you know, is as liberal as they come and is open to all kinds of stuff, said he point blank said, "Did these morons learn nothing from what happened at Cracker Barrel?" So I don't know what they were thinking, to be honest with you, Lindsay, and I'm totally in agreement with you. There's a lot of people of color, a lot of people with Hispanic backgrounds who actually would have fit this bill and really wreaked the kind of what I call consensus American act, and he ain't it. That's my take. I want to get your take, and then Dre wants to add something, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, Dre certainly can add, because I know, Dre, you probably do know Bad Bunny's music. And again, it's not, yes, I agree, Puerto Ricans are Americans. I'm with you. So that's not what I mean when I say
I know you don't.
Super Bowl being the American thing. But, I think, plus, the other problem here is that it was such a huge rumor that the performer was going to be Taylor Swift, and they knew that as well. So there's multiple things going on from disappointment angle from the billions of people that are Swifties to find out it wasn't Taylor Swift, which we knew it probably couldn't have been that. But then also the idea that once again, there's no country represented, no country music represented. And this has been a huge conversation for so long. Country music is the one of the top genre. We've got, time after time showing the numbers in country music, and yet they're still not represented on the biggest stage of the year. So it's just confusing.
Amen.
I think there's a lot of letdowns that set. I mean, Bad Bunny was set up not for success here. He was never going to be represented because of those couple things I just said. Dre, go ahead.
Well, now I was talking to someone about this the other day, and the whole aspect of like, hold on, I had to turn one thing back on so Jimmy could hear me. But yeah, I was talking to my friend about this the other day because, last year everybody was just, well, not everybody, but a lot of people weren't a big fan of Kendrick Lamar, and they were just like, oh man, I don't understand the message, I don't understand what he's saying, I don't like this and that and all that stuff. And I love how this year they're like, oh, okay, cool, we hear you, we're gonna put someone on that doesn't speak any English, so I'm going to raise you one. And they were like, oh, yeah, you're going to miss Kendrick Lamar now, especially with this. But I'll go in the way that I do know his music, and he has gone in every aspect of entertainment because he's a wrestler in WWE, and he's doing stuff like that, and he's done acting, and he just did Happy Gilmore. And he's done every aspect of that. But it's like I don't think it was the smart choice now. Maybe down the road he does have a big catalog, but I think the biggest thing that they look at is that dude is an entertainer, because anytime I've seen any concert of him, especially the concerts he's doing now, like the all-around thing that he's doing with the way that he uses each arena and just blows people away. So I'm really interested to see, because I've seen his Grammy performances, I've seen his performances back home, I've seen what he's done here, I've seen what he's done at WWE. So I'm excited, but at the same time, I felt like it was too soon. And I also know that he's probably going to bring out J-Lo and a couple other people.
Yeah, but I don't want him bringing out J-Lo. There's a way out of this nightmare. There's a way out of this nightmare, by the way. And Lindsay, I know the answer to the question. Once again, where is it being played?
Hello?
Los Angeles.
So the game's being played in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We already did a big.
Santa Clara, Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, but yeah.
Yeah. So we've already done the whole thing where we had the celebration of hip hop and rap music at a previous Super Bowl, a big old sprawling, brawling monster of a show there. And I am a big fan, as you know, of telling people this isn't about you, get over yourself. I really am a big fan of that. I really think that there are times that there are a lot of people who insert themselves into the cultural conversation when it's like, dude, it ain't about you. This is one of the places where I am 100% in agreement with you. Sometimes you give the people who sometimes you dance with who you brung. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes these people brung you. The fans from the country and western sphere are one of, not the only, by the way, once again, not about you guys. There are plenty of people in the Meadowlands. There are plenty of people in Los Angeles. There are plenty of people in big urban sprawling centers like Detroit who deserve a Motown Super Bowl, who deserve, a New York rock and roll Super Bowl. But this has gone on way too long. These people need to be acknowledged and served. And I'm sick and tired of it, to be honest with you. It just feels like, what can we do to damage our brand? It just feels stupid. Dre's got one more thing.
Well, and I think an aspect of it still has Rock Nation involved, right, Lindsay? When it comes to Jay-Z's company, because he's got a partnership with NFL, and he's the one that's his company is the one that's basically getting halftime shows, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, because I think that's one of the main reasons why you've had all the ones that you've had the past couple of years, and that's why I'm like, man, when's the next time we are going to have a Travis Tritt and all those different people, or some type of country music? Because I think it's time to switch it up. We've had our fair share of the hip hop and all that different type of halftime shows the past couple of years in R&B.
Well, listen, I love hip hop. I loved the one a couple of years ago when we did a throwback and you had Dre and Snoop Dogg. I mean, I love that. Even my parents danced to that. So come on. But I think, to me, and I'm going to tell you what I think, the only way out of this at this point is a collab. So as a result, of course, a petition is launched on change.org. It's calling for King George Strait to replace Bad Bunny, which, by the way, is not going to happen, as halftime entertainment. But here are two of the quotes that whoever started this campaign has said. In recent years, this performance has leaned increasingly towards modern pop and international artists. While this approach certainly broadens the audience, it's pivotal to remember the roots that have made American music what it is today. I have to say I do agree with that. The petition goes on to say, George Strait is not only a legend in country music genre, but a staple in American musical history. His ability to transcend generations with his timeless songs resonates with a diverse demographic, welcoming both longtime fans and newcomers of country. Bravo, I agree with that. The Super Bowl halftime show that goes on to say, should unite our country, should honor American culture, and remain family-friendly and not be turned into a political stunt. Bad Bunny represents none of these values. Okay, that's this person's opinion.
Can't help themselves.
So let me,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can't help themselves. That piece of them. So let me go on to say. So here's the idea. George Strait, guys, he, as much as I love George, I don't necessarily think he is the exact right performer for Super Bowl halftime. He's not smoking lights and running around on stage and dancing and things we're accustomed to seeing. Because, guys, Super Bowl halftime, it's not about singing that much because it is so hard to hear yourself in that environment. Most people are lip syncing. And if they do sing a few notes, it's just that, a few notes. Because it's about entertainment. And so in that regard, I understand Bad Bunny puts on a good show, apparently. But I also don't think anyone would be replaced after being announced. However, I do smell the makings of a pretty cool collaboration, perhaps to make everybody happy.
Yeah.
Will there be a George Strait Bad Bunny collab? The jury's out, probably not. But it would be interesting if they would think I'm sure he will have some guests pop in. If it was a country person, that would not be a dumb move on their behalf. You can sign the petition, by the way, at change.org. All you have to do is search either George Strait or Bad Bunny. It's the first thing that pops up. That petition, by the way, as of last night, had almost 80,000 signatures already. The Super Bowl, by the way, will take place February 8th at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California. So, keep signing it, I guess, if you want to see something different. If there's enough signatures, if the signatures, exceed how many people they say actually will be watching that day, maybe they'll throw something in the mix. I'm sure there's some sort of PR mechanism behind this whole thing, depending on whose side it is. We don't know. But it is interesting. We'll keep an eye on it, but I think it's fun and interesting. What do you think about a Bad Bunny George Strait collab, guys?
I think, like I said, good luck with getting those. Like I said, they'd be fine together, by the way, because it's one of those things where, as you know, entertainers admire other entertainers who have high work ethics, and both those men, say what you want about either one of them, both those men have incredibly big-time work ethics, so there's going to be some admiration there between the two camps. There are a couple of ways out of this, one of which is just if he could find somebody, if I was his people, I'd be like, go find somebody that is young and hip and appeals to a certain demographic of Americans and get them up there. Get them up there with you doing the thing. That's one way out. Way out number two, make the announcement now. Nashville's bid of 2029 is, in fact, going to get the bid. They will get the Super Bowl, and that you make the announcement. It will be a celebration of all things country. If you do that, that's another way out of this as far as a PR disaster goes. Dre's got one final thought.
Well, I was going to say, watch them bring out Morgan Wallen and Post Malone or something.
He could do it.
Yeah.
He could do it. Well, Post Malone could really cross that boundary.
Dude, I feel like that'll be something.
Post Malone could cross that boundary. I'm sorry, Lindsay, we totally put you in the weeds. Go on, please.
That's okay. Yeah, I mean, actually, Morgan Wallen at the Super Bowl is one thing that I have to say, and it pains me to say, I'd be like, okay, I get it. He would put on a halftime show that would, I think what they should do, quite frankly, for Super Bowl is if it would be sooner rather than later, have it be Post Malone, but have it be him doing snippets of all the duets on his F1 Trillion record, because he's got everybody from Dolly Parton to Chris Stapleton to Lainey Wilson on there, and have it to Morgan Wallen. And especially, of course, if they don't do a country show when they're in Nashville, then we're really off the rails. Okay, moving on. So I want to take a time to just hit on this story because it hit something personal. I have a very, very dear friend who was recently diagnosed with Parkinson's at a young age. And so Kimberly Schlappman, who is the singer from Little Big Town, who's got the big blonde curly hair, you know who I'm talking about, real pretty and cute.
Mm-hmm. I do.
Little Big Town's Kimberly Schlappman. She's teamed up with pharmaceutical research, the company AbbVie, to advocate for Parkinson's disease awareness. It's part of their Changing the Tune of Parkinson's Disease campaign. But for Kimberly, it's very personal. Her advocacy work was sparked by her mother Barbara's experience with the degenerative disease, which has been progressing in her own life for 20 years. Now, but the reason this story stood out to me is because every time I read something, I want to know how much of it is true. And so I try to do a little digging and research. And my husband, Seamus, is currently actually working with Kimberly of Little Big Town filming a Christmas special, and they were just at her home in South Carolina where they filmed, and she's been sharing stories with the crew, but about her mom and why they decided to move, or at least half time down there. So Kimberly and her husband and their 2 children recently moved back to her childhood hometown to live near and care for her mom Barbara, whose disease is becoming more debilitating over time. And she and her family live full time in South Carolina, but she still has a place here in Nashville where she spends, a good chunk of the time working with Little Big Town on projects. But she decided to take Kimberly herself of Little Big Town. I say this because this shows you what a good human she is. She has decided to personally take on the 24/7 care of her mother. She wants to spread the word and to help others impacted by the disease too. And Jim, it's always so moving when you hate for anyone to have to go through something like this, but when someone, especially a celebrity who has a large platform, when they witness the effects of something firsthand and then they use their platform for good to speak on things they actually know about and not just pontificate on things, on their feelings or beliefs on something that affects them not. I will always stop and listen when I know they're personally actually affected by it, Jim. And she says, I'm so passionate about everything that goes along with Parkinson's. It's really about empowering people that live with it or the people that also take care of them, Jim. And that's why I think this is an important story and discussion.
I do too, and I can relate this on a personal level. The district attorney of the city of New Orleans, anytime he wants to get information about what's going on with a certain eye towards autism, the first person he calls is my brother. Because of what my brother and his wife have to deal with on a regular basis. When people speak of what they know, it tends to stop us in our tracks. It's like we need to be quiet and listen to this. It's a great use of platform and so important. And there's so much we still don't know about Parkinson. So the more people can be talking about it, the more it can be kind of getting out there, the closer we can get. It's the sunshine that often brings the most light to things as opposed to behind closed doors. Very glad she's doing this. It really is awesome.
Yeah, and excuse me, what I think is another thing that's important here, because Kimberly says even though, her mother isn't able to move around as freely as she used to, she said that her spirit has not changed and that she is fighting with everything she has. She is actually fighting the disease. My dear friend Jason, who lives outside of Atlanta and is diagnosed in his early 50s with Parkinson's, he's really fighting it too, Jim. And he's putting his on. He doesn't have a big following, but he's putting his story, his journey on Instagram and on social media, and just showing people every day. He's getting out. Shows him walking every morning. It shows him trading in fast food for healthier food. He's doing research. He's going to energy healers and doctors, and he's trying everything he can, really attacking it, and as opposed to letting it attack him. And not saying that who knows what will come of it, but he's trying to meet it in the middle and meet it where it's at. And I think that's a reminder here. By the way, in the U.S., it's estimated about 1.1 million people are currently living with Parkinson's as of last year, and that number is expected to obviously continue to rise. So we got to dig into why that's happening. And but it starts with your health. It starts with taking care of yourselves, and that's something we can't stress enough around here, Jim.
And one more quick thing about this. You hit the nail on the head. By the way, it's not just wishful thinking, staying active and being engaged with it. Anybody who's actually spent, I'm not kidding, guys, if you've spent time in a truck over a long period of time getting yourself shake, rattle, and roll, it is physically exhausting. The only counter to that is a healthy lifestyle that allows you to maintain a strong core. And what Parkinson's is doing is, people don't realize this, it is also wearing these people down. It is physically exhausting them, so that by actually taking the approach that he is taking, it makes all the difference in the world. You've got to keep your core strength. You've got to keep your physical strength. It's kind of like the people that go to the gym come home sore. The people that don't go to the gym stay sore. And it's one of the best counters you can take. It's one of the places in your life that you can actually take that actually fights the disease. And it's a really positive way of doing it. Go on.
Well, thank you. Jim, before I go on, Trucking with Oida is coming up today, every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, as happens at 11 o'clock around here. What are they diving into today?
Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but Andrew King actually hates to be the bearer of bad news, but he's going to be on Trucking with Oida. There are troubling signs that the freight market might be headed for a significant hardship. Nobody wants to hear that, and I know a lot of people are telling me hope is around the corner. Happy days are here again, but things can get worse. The director of the OOIDA Foundation says the data out there can help people make more informed decisions about their business. Remember, if you actually believe in the numbers and believe what you're looking at, you can get further down the road regardless of what you believe on one side of the aisle or another. Tom Mullen, by the way, is, of course, the chair of the American Trucking Industry Leader Hall of Fame. They just inducted 4 new members, and they are going to be talking with our friends Ashley and Scott on Trucking with Oida and about why the American Truck Historical Society is so much fun. That is coming up immediately after this show, and now we return to country and western music news.
Well, thank you. The CMA nominations for Musician of the Year have come out. I'm going to save it and talk about it next week because I think it's important. You know, I love talking about the people behind the scene that actually are the reason that you are able to hear music and be a part of music. And every year, the Musician of the Year is a really big award here in Nashville. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of the people. I'm going to save that for next week and end with us. And with today, some words of encouragement, Jim, and wisdom from the Queen herself. That is, of course, Reba McEntire. Have you heard of her?
I heard that at one point she took a mountain or something. I've heard things about her.
She did.
I've heard things about her.
Climb that mountain, Reba. Yeah. Climb that mountain, Reba. Speaking of Reba McEntire, before I go into the story, her niece, Autumn McIntyre, was my guest this week on this week's episode of We Should Write.
Heard of it?
Show about the healing power of writing. Yeah, it's all right. It's making trends. It's making moves. And Autumn is a songwriter in Nashville. She's made her own legacy, living her own legacy and legend. She actually just recently got a cut from Reba, but she's writing for other people. She's very talented, really cool and chill to listen to. I think you'll like that conversation. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and you can hear this week's episode with Autumn McIntyre or wherever you stream your podcast. Just search We Should Write and you can hear that. But her aunt, Miss Reba McEntire, she's done a lot of living and learning herself. But I just love this. This is just sort of heartfelt, and Jim, it begs our question of presence that we talk about. She says that, you know, despite all the awards and success over the years, it was turning 70. She recently turned 70. She said that gave her a real new kind of clarity. And she recently opened up and said that the hardest lesson that she's ever had to learn, and it wasn't about music or money or fame, it was just about being present. And she said she kind of can't believe it took her to 70 to learn it. But she said the hardest lesson was to quit living for tomorrow or for yesterday. She said it feels hard to do, but it's actually really rewarding when it clicks. She says, I used to think that being content was a no-no, because if you're content, then you're not going to strive to continue to get better. She said, but that's actually just not true. Enjoy every minute. Her advice is that she shares that with everybody. She's been sharing this advice with all the artists on The Voice as well. She's currently a judge and a coach rather on The Voice. And she said it's really, you know, it's about that mindset, Jim. She said that's helped her let go of stress, whether it's the little stuff or the big stuff, and focus on actually what matters. I'm feeling this more and more these days, and it might sound basic, but it's why this has stood out to me, Jim. I think the things that I thought were important, my whole world has crashed down recently in the past couple of years, and realized the things I thought were important are just not at all. They're fake, they're made up. And it's like by look over here, then we don't deal with what's actually right in front of us that we can move and change, and that is way more important in our life. And so that's presence. That's not look left, not look right. It's look right in front of us. And Jim, actually, I know you listened to We Should Write. Autumn talked about that. She's like, we hear all the things going on in the world and all the comparisons and social media, and it's like all I can really do is affect the people that are in my current circle. And I think that's kind of what Reba's talking about here.
Let me tell you something. And by the way, it feels like everything, everywhere, all at once. And from the conversation yesterday that we had with the good doctor to what you're talking about here with Reba, this morning, and this has been an ongoing thing for the last 3 to 4 weeks. Dre gets here. We're both here at around 6 o'clock in the morning. and after about 5 minutes of saying hi and a couple of little bumps and bruises, kind of muddling around, we sit down and we actually get into a flow state. And I am never more content than when Dre is setting up all of the channels that we actually broadcast on, and I'm sitting there going over the notes from last night, adding new stories, and we get into this really great flow state, and you can feel it in the studio between the two of us. And we just kind of work, and at 6:30, we check in with each other one more time, get back to the flow, and at around 10 till he says, let's do a mic check and get that first story cranking and see what we can come up with to kind of add to it. I don't feel any better in the world than when I'm doing that with him these days. And I'll tell you this right now, it makes for a better show, it makes for a more ambitious show, and it makes for a much better time. Contentment is not something you should avoid. It is something you should seek, and when you achieve it, you should make sure you're present during it. That's my take.
Boom, full stop. Well, I agree, and don't worry, though, by the way, Reba isn't going anywhere. At 70, she says she actually asked Dolly Parton how Dolly would know when Dolly would stop. And Dolly said, why would I stop? Why in the world would I quit when I could do what I have fun doing? Why would I ever stop that? So it's funny if you're in a position where you don't even think about retiring. I think that's a pretty good place to be. And Reba recently got engaged, and she says this is the best chapter in her life. So live on, Reba. And finally, in honor of both our guests yesterday with the beautiful new Willie Nelson book, All the Albums, which is a great conversation. Go back and listen to that. As well as, by the way, in honor of you and Dre, you and Jim over there in New Orleans, in this day in country and Western music history in 1984, Willie Nelson was number 1 on the country music album chart with City of New Orleans. The album spent 12 weeks at the top of the charts. The title track, it's a folk song written by Steve Goodman, not Willie, by the way, but it describes the train ride from Chicago to New Orleans on the Illinois Central Railroad's City of New Orleans in a bittersweet and nostalgic time. This has been your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Coming up next, Trucking with OIDA, the best pre-produced show in trucking radio, which is preceded by us, the best live and in action and in-your-face show in all of the known transportation world. Jim, Dre, I hope you guys have the best weekend.
Enjoy the rest of the NASTC conference, guys, and now enjoy Andrew King and our good friend Tom Mullen as they join Ashley and Scott on Trucking with OIDA. Please stay safe. Please get home safe. And Lindsay, I love you. There's nothing you can do about it.
As hard as I try.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Hope and Crosby's road movies cannot compare to the hilarity on the highway with Mac and Cheese.
Hey, Mac, a black cat crossed my path yesterday.
How did you avoid it, Cheese?
Well, I threw a lemon at it.
Did that break the curse?
No. After that, it was a real sourpuss.
Don't be an ignoramus of the interstate. Tune in next time for Mac and Cheese.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
And welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
Ashley, we are approaching peak shipping season.
Yes.
But we are hearing and seeing growing concerns really about just how high that peak is going to be, considering, no secret here, the current state of affairs out in the freight market. And in fact, there are a few new troubling signs emerging that suggest we may be entering sort of a broader slowdown. And someone who knows this better than most is someone who pores over numbers and comes up with the OIDA Foundation Market Update every month. And joining us to perhaps, hopefully, maybe talk us off the ledge is Andrew King, the director of the OIDA Foundation. Andrew, always good to see you.
Yeah, always good to be here.
So you just put out your October market update, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And we see, obviously, you've been crunching the numbers there, Andrew, as you always do. On a scale, just a broad question here, on a scale ranging from puppy dogs and rainbows and free ice cream all the way down to...
I don't really like ice cream, but
okay. Well, cookies, maybe? I don't know.
I don't eat sugar, but go ahead. Fruit.
Wow,
This is a bad
completely
example,
been
Scott.
derailed.
Come on.
I'm sorry. Keep going. Keep going. I'm
Okay,
ready.
puppy dogs and rainbows. We'll stick with those two on one end. We've got zombies and nuclear bombs and horrible things on the other.
Okay.
Where are we right now? Or what's your level of concern, I guess, when you kind of look at all the numbers together?
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I'm used to scales of 1 to 10, but
you can give us a number, and we'll come up with a
Kinda
weird.
threw out a bad
so
scale
if
here.
10 is the rainbow and puppies,
Yep.
and 1 is the other,
Mhm.
I probably lean more towards like a 4, 3.
That's like a boring dinner party.
Yeah,
Or a bad dinner party.
It was bad. I mean, it's not quite a 1, but
It's not good.
But it's not good, and yeah, it's just not good.
I feel like we've broken your brain, Andrew. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, this is.
But it's not good.
It's kind of an interesting question.
It's
to
not
phrase
good.
it that way. It's not good.
It hasn't been good.
It's not the worst,
Right.
But it's definitely not great. And part of the problem, on top of where we are right now, is simply costs of operating. Right.
Yeah.
We actually did a poll in our. When we release our monthly market update, we send this out via a dispatch or newsletter. We call them dispatches. And we always ask a poll question at the end. And the question we asked last month is, over the past few months, how have you seen maintenance and repair costs going? Are they increasing? Are they staying the same? Are they, decreasing?
Yeah.
Well, 88% said that they were increasing, which is quite significant because when we do those polls, usually they're a little bit more balanced. They're a little closer. So, I mean, I kind of figured that might be the
Right.
case, but to see it that way, to see what our members are experiencing out there in the real world.
It's a double whammy.
It's a double whammy. And that's what we've talked about a lot with Louis, that you have not only rates that are basically at the bottom and basically staying there, you also have increased operating costs. So those two things together create a very painful situation. So maybe I'm going to revise my number.
I was just going to say, you gave us like a 3 or a 4.
Maybe I'm going to give it more of like a 2 or a 1. But, and then there's those mixed evidences as well as and I bring that out in the report. And of course, our report is a little shorter than normal because some of the data that I use is unavailable with the shutdown. But we have enough important things that we can gain that we can still have a good understanding of what's taking place out there. But, demand is increasing in some areas, and you might have like a cent or 2 or 3 cents rise in
Right.
rates, but it's really not substantial. Like that's just like what you would expect. Like you mentioned in the beginning of this about peak shipping season.
Yeah.
And so there's naturally going to be an increase about October, November until we hit, the middle of January where we see like the softest time of the year when it comes to freight. And so anyway.
But so next month, when the report comes out, you may have a better idea of what peak shipping season is going to look like and whether it is actually.
Absolutely. Because we're still running a little behind. Obviously this is October, but we're looking at September's.
Right.
So yes, we'll get a better picture of where we are. And right now, of course, seeing a small uptick in rates, people are getting really excited and I'm very hopeful that this is a signal that the market is about to flip and go positive. And while that's great to have hope, and I hate to dash people's hope, but I feel like that's what I'm always doing here lately.
Yeah.
It's unlikely that that's going to be some sort of substantial, meaningful recovery just because there's so many things underneath the surface that people aren't looking at that just are not clicking. They're not firing in a way that we need them to in order to see that market really, tick up. So,
for instance, what are the things that are not firing?
That's a good question. Big one is housing.
Yeah.
That is perhaps the biggest thing that we need to see change for next year to be positive, to see a more meaningful recovery, is seeing permits and starts increase, but also existing home sales. Because right now what we're seeing is inventory levels are actually rising, which is ultimately not good. That means people aren't buying as many homes.
Yep.
And also, it's more noticeable when you look at the data, when you see the chart itself, and you can get a better understanding of where we were and where we are right now. And I did have to change my data source because what I was using was government data, and so I was able to find Wells Fargo's has their own house market index, which was pretty good actually.
Yeah.
And it still shows the same picture. We're significantly below where we were, and the reason why housing is so important is not just the fact that it generates freight in that the materials to build the home, but of course, when people buy a home, they also buy other things, usually appliances and furniture, all sorts of other things that go into that. So it really is a huge freight generator.
An indicator, too, of how
Correct.
people are feeling out there. And
Correct.
mobility.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And so when you have uncertainty, when you have high interest rates, high mortgage rates, that is a damper on things, and that really we really need to see something like that unthaw to give some kind of confidence that we're seeing a real change.
It's always funny because Ashley always says that I'm too pessimistic, and we had you starting off at a 3 and a 4,
I know,
and now I
then
feel
you
like
go right down. I blame you.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
Yeah. I think it's Scott's fault
It's
too.
Scott's
I agree.
fault.
I'll take the blame.
All right.
Sure.
Andrew, something you lean on heavily is the total spot market cycle indicator, and you actually lead your monthly report with it. First of all, for the uninitiated, what is it and why do we care about it?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I lead the market report with that for a specific reason. So it's truck stops data plus FTR. They kind of analyze it, whatnot. And it's a 3-year moving average. So it's measuring where we are now versus the average over the past 3 years. And what I have found in this is that it is incredibly powerful in highlighting where we are in the market cycle. So anything above 0 means that we are trending towards an upcycle. Anything below that means that we're trending towards that down cycle, or we're remaining in it. And you can see very clearly from the data itself, basically from the end of 2022 up until, January, we saw a slight peak above it. And that's what we kept saying, everything was pointing at the beginning of this year that we should see a recovery. But with all the things that have gone on, all the uncertainty that has transpired, it has trended back the other way, which means we're pushing further, deeper, longer into that freight recession, which is a big, big deal because it's already going on like 3 years.
Yeah.
So pretty historic for many reasons. So I lead it because it shows exactly where we are, and it gives you also a look forward into where would you expect this to go in the future, just considering all the things that we've talked about or will talk about here with manufacturing, what have you. It really paints that picture of, okay, this is where we are. So I guess in a way, if you wanted to, I would like you to read the whole report, but if you wanted to just look at that one graph, then that would really tell the story. And we actually, when we send out our dispatch, we're sending out this graph as the centerpiece of what we're doing.
You mentioned the beginning of the year, and I remember you being in here and being more positive about how things were going to go.
Oh, those were the good old days.
Those were the days.
They were.
What happened?
That's a good question. And I know that our listeners and others they will have different opinions on this. Yeah. But I would say uncertainty, which is the word of the year. I say it a lot. But it's the continual uncertainty that's surrounding tariff and trade policies. Which has implications in lots of other ways. It has really changed the dynamic of the market. And it's not just, I know it's a political thing. I'm just looking at it from an economic point of view, okay? So whatever your view politically are, that's whatever. But as far as economic sense, tariffs really don't work. They've never really worked in the history of their implementation. I mean, it's interesting that you can go back and you can look at like Friedman is a very famous conservative economist, and he did a lecture like in 1970 something, and he's laying out the same arguments people use today for it and explaining why they don't work, and that's basically what has played out today. And so this is not a new experiment. I mean, it always results in negative economic outcomes. It raises costs, which then kind of decreases demand, and demand is what causes the cycle to change. I know a lot of people, and I feel like we talk about this all the time, because it's put out there so much that supply is what changes the market. Having too many drivers or having too few drivers. No. It definitely plays a role, but it's the demand side that ultimately pushes us up or down. And so when you have something that causes people to freeze, so in economics you have this kind of term of irreversible investments. So if you are a manufacturer and you're considering expanding your manufacturing or upgrading, bringing in new equipment and making these large capital investments, which generate a lot of freight. If you don't know what's going to happen in a few months or even a couple of years down the road, which some of these things take a long time to play out, you are not going to pull the trigger because it's irreversible.
Mm-hmm.
And so when there is uncertainty in the market, you will not invest in things that you otherwise would have. And so it's not even just the fact that there are tariffs. It's the uncertainty and how they are released and pushed. And it's not just, this is not your traditional tariff plan. I mean, it's very broad. It's not just country oriented and reciprocal tariffs, but it's also based on different sectors where input goods actually cost more than final goods because of the way things are tariffed. And so that really has played a role. And I know people hate to hear that, and they might disagree in the political sense, but I'm just telling you what the data says here. I'm a data guy. And you see the number, the line keeps going down into the red, into the below the zero. And the only thing that's changed.
Yeah. That was going to be my question. Is
fill in the blank.
If you were to, play devil's advocate or be looking for another, event out there, I guess, that would have helped, cause this. Do we see one? I mean,
I don't. I know either. That there. If I were to play the other side, someone would say that because there are so many non-English, non-domiciled CDLs out there, that would be the argument, right? But while I do believe and agree 100%, it is a safety issue. You can see that in the data.
Sure.
There was a recent report released by Alex Scott, an associate professor at University of Tennessee, just released it October 1st, that basically highlighted that those carriers that have ELP violations are more unsafe than others. No one's going to disagree with that. But as far as rates go, no. And one of the reasons why I would say this is because you see in the 2024 this continual increase, like creeping up to get to the positive, to be flipping the market. And the dynamics basically haven't changed. In fact, I would think that they would be the opposite just because of this administration's view on that sort of thing. So, and not only that, but now that ELP enforcement has been in place since basically June, and it has started to flatline, and rates have not changed meaningfully. In fact, they've stayed basically where they are. Maybe they've increased a cent or two, but again, that's because of seasonality. We're still going to see things creep up in November, December.
Sure.
But is it a meaningful increase to signal that something has actually changed in the market? So again, I do not think so. So I think that would be the argument to counter what I'm saying.
Sure.
But I would still point to the data clearly shows that just doesn't hold water.
Yeah. Maybe some effect on the margins here and there.
Yes, but that's a good way of phrasing it.
But
yes,
widespread or
correct.
On a large scale, we're not seeing it.
Think about it like this: when CVSA does their safety blitz, usually during that week, carriers shut down for a little bit, and rates will tick up around that time. A few cents here and there. But it doesn't change the overall market. Eventually, it goes back down. to its baseline. And that's what I believe that we're seeing. There is maybe a small increase with seasonality and with people just trying to figure out the lay of the land with how this enforcement is going to go. But ultimately, it's not moving the needle enough to actually change rates.
And in the meantime, we've got the tariffs. That's, I guess, the other. I find myself trying to be the optimistic person here. I'm trying.
You're trying.
But, we talk about the uncertainty with the tariffs. At some point, the uncertainty becomes almost like a certainty, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
It does.
But I would assume that also then becomes kind of the baseline at which you operate. And that's where we are right now, essentially.
We're still trying to find the certainty in the uncertainty, if I'm off for your words. That's part of the problem. It's not that maybe it's not that we could never have a freight recovery.
Sure.
It's that because there is a perpetual level of what is going on, that is what's causing the problem.
Yeah.
Mainly. Not that it wouldn't still cause some issues, but that's the big.
Let me ask you this, because as we know, there's a cyclical nature within the freight market, right? We have ups, we have downs. If you look at the chart over a long period of time, you can kind of see the dips and the ebbs and the flows and the ups and downs. We are obviously in a down right now. We're
in a dip.
We're kind of not even dipping. We're just kind of coasting, I guess, at the bottom of a ravine or whatever, however you want to look at it. We've been in this place now for, what has it been? Three years, right? 3 years.
Yeah. End of 2022.
Historically, these cycles, and I know they're going to differ, based on what's going on in the world and everything else, but historically, we're looking at how long for a typical cycle of ups or downs? Is there an average? Or
I would say it's about 20 months, 22 months, something like that.
Okay.
So
we're
in
way
that area.
Beyond that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
Which has made me pessimistic again. But
it eventually will turn up.
Yeah. Well,
when?
And I guess that's a question too, and I don't think you're going to have the answer.
I could only give you a guess of what other people have stated, and it seems that could be plausible, maybe.
And what needs to shift? I mean, I guess that's the question.
Well, it goes back to the housing,
uncertainty,
right?
Okay.
Well,
Gotcha.
those kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, when you raise prices for materials, and then you also impact labor, and that in itself impacts how the Fed will raise and lower rates, and then that, not directly, you have to make, but indirectly impacts the 10-year Treasury, which directly impacts mortgage rates. I'm sorry, you have to draw the lines on that.
Let's get the bulletin board in here.
That was a bit of a chain, but they're so integrated. They're interconnected.
Yeah,
exactly. That one does affect the other. But we do need to see housing change. That will help manufacturing, which is the largest generator of freight. Manufacturing generates about 60% of all for-hire freight. Wholesaling generates another 30% of for-hire freight. And those are really tied to what we've been talking about. So without just some calm in the storm, I don't see anything meaningful, especially because, like I've mentioned, because it is cyclical, the market will just, even within a year, when we talk about seasonality, this is when we start hitting the peak rates leading up into January. And then January, basically, there's nothing until March. And that's when home building, starts off. And then you have April, you have produce season. So there's no hope that there'll be any change in Q1 just because that's how things go. Unless there's some kind of crazy event,
Don't root for another pandemic.
I know.
Andrew.
Well, not necessarily that, but even the freight storms, the polar vortexes and stuff that sometimes happen. That can generate some meaningful change in rates, but there really is no chance until Q2 when things start picking up, and even then it's going to be very modest. In growth. Like right now, we're seeing about like a 1%-ish year-over-year increase in rates. So it's still, it's still an increase, but it's not enough to move the needle.
Yeah.
You'd need that to raise even more. So next year, it might be more like 3 to 6%.
Yeah.
Let's go through each of the three equipment types, Andrew. Starting with van, there are some positive indicators here, but when you look a little bit closer, not so much.
Yes, yeah, and I could run through those. So for van, the demand actually increased a bit, and it's actually been positive year over year for the last like 4 or 5 months, which in itself you think, well, that's a good thing. And this kind of I'm gonna dovetail to another thing here. This is actually research I'm currently doing right now. There is a theory, and I'm trying to test it. And I would love to come back on maybe next time and share the results that showed that it's not just the aggregate level of demand, not the total level of demand, but how that demand is dispersed over industries when lots of industries are getting pushed to the max and truck capacity is kind of at like a level where it can't necessarily catch up. That's when you start seeing meaningful increases. So right now, demand overall, when you look at like DAT or truck stop, it would show that it's actually higher than 2024, but it's not moving the rates because of these other factors that I've mentioned. So and you can see that demand is up, but rates actually ticked down by a penny to 193. And of course, these are September numbers, so just remember that. So October will be a little bit higher just because there has been a seasonal increase. But the big thing is always looking at where that is in reference to that 3-year moving average. That really helps us to understand where we are. Flatbed, again, same thing, increase in demand, but rates tick down again by 2 cents to $2.34 per mile. And then reefer is a little bit different in that, actually, it follows the same pattern again. Demand increased and rates ticked down yet again. So all these three, they have that positive side of, it's good to see demand increase, but it's not to the level to move the needle. And so you're still seeing rates drop. And in fact, when you dig a little deeper, kind of like what you're getting at, sometimes the increase in demand is because the loads dropped, but the amount of trucks dropped more. So it's still going down. Like there aren't as many loads, but there are even less trucks.
Yeah.
So that actually makes it look like demand is going up according to their index.
Yeah.
But it really isn't, if that makes sense. So that's a good point what you're mentioning. If you dig a little bit deeper, you start to see what actually is happening. That gives you a little bit more sense of understanding of what's really going to take place in the next few months and what have you.
Can I ask you and kind of follow that thread a little bit, because we have heard from people and heard of people, seems like a growing number of people who are just they can't make it anymore. Is there a point where, I almost don't even want to say it, but where enough people leave the industry where it does end up kind of propping those that are still there up? I guess that would probably be a lot. It would probably have to be a lot.
It'd have to be very substantial.
Right? Okay.
Because kind of where we are right now, rates can't really go much lower just because of the nature of things. And so the increases that you do see are more tied to operating costs.
Yeah.
Like, we need a little bit more to cover our costs, but it's still not enough to move that needle. And one thing to keep in mind, and I had never considered this until I just following an interview with Jason Miller, Professor Jason Miller, and he was mentioning that, when things do switch, we do have a lot of people who have CDLs already.
Who are going to come
and
back.
they can jump into the fray once again, and that's not unusual. What we saw in 2021 was very different. Like, we had never seen employment that high in trucking. Never.
Yeah. Ashley, we talked with OID senior member Dustin Ross recently, and he actually told us about one of his friends that had to leave the industry.
Yeah.
But he also had some really good advice, essentially about relationships.
Yeah,
right?
building relationships, maintaining them, which was great advice.
And that's something you always preach too, Andrew, is that now is, it's always important to do this, but now especially if you can get, a loyal,
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Either, obviously we want you to lean towards shippers, but even brokers, there are so many brokers out there that cater to smaller businesses. And if you find one that really is reliable and trustworthy, and build that relationship so that they stay good to you, because they know themselves that one day the market's going to change, and they want to have that carrier that they were able to support them in down times and hope that they return the favor. And so that's part of the relationship aspect. And I mean, our entire lives are about relationships, as much as people maybe don't want to admit that or see that, but it absolutely is. And trucking is no different. You have to have the strong relationships to survive.
Yeah, maintain those relationships. Show up on time.
Go the
be
extra
respectful,
mile. Yeah.
Communicate.
Bring them a coffee if they drink coffee or whatever it may be.
Be a problem solver. If they have an issue, maybe you do take a load a little bit lower than what you want, but hopefully that pays dividends in the
Take
future.
care of me next time.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll help you out this time. You help me out next time.
Yeah,
kind of thing. Andrew, we always kind of half joke about it, and again, it's tough to joke about it sometimes, as you pointed out. Behind these numbers are actually people who, in some cases, are hurting and not doing as well as they would hope. But at some point, we always joke, you're going to come in here.
I know. You thought it was going to earlier
this year.
But one day it will happen.
The puppy dogs and the rainbows and the
we're gonna get a 10 one day.
No ice cream.
Get a 10.
Get a
No
10.
ice cream. Yeah, no ice cream.
No ice cream
sugar.
for Andrew. What can we get you, Andrew? What do you like?
An apple or
okay.
I do love banana and peanut butter. That's
like a sweet.
The bomb.
Hey, calm down.
That's the bomb.
What would be a sweet treat of choice?
That would be my sweet treat of choice. Yeah, banana and
peanut
peanut butter. I'd take that any day.
All right.
Andrew, the Wild Man King of the OID Foundation. We always appreciate talking to you and helping us understand everything that's going on out there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reefs Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reefs Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reef Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reefs Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Wreaths Challenge at reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Ashley, the American Truck Historical Society is really cool.
Yes.
That's my first statement. If you're not familiar with it, they essentially are honoring, celebrating the trucking industry. They've got a showroom. They've got a Hall of Fame. They recently just had a Hall of Fame induction ceremony for 2025. And we thought, what better time to reach out to them to find out more about ATHS and a Hall of Fame than right now? And we did that. And we are going to be talking in just a second here with Tom Mullen of the American Truck Historical Society. The American Truck Historical Society has obviously been around for a little bit. Can you just kind of talk about, for people who may not be aware of what you all do and what the idea is, can you kind of walk us through, the origin story, I suppose, if it were, of the American Truck Historical Society?
I can. So the American Truck Historical Society was founded in 1971, and it was founded by a group of, at the time, gentlemen that owned trucking companies. And in 71, a lot of companies today were still owned by individuals. So they saw a need to start an organization that could talk about the past history of the trucking industry from the beginning of time up to the 1971. So in 71, they established this. It's a nonprofit. It's a membership-based organization, but mainly their goal is just to preserve the history of trucking, the trucking industry, and its pioneers. So we've maintained that. So we're located in Kansas City, Missouri, and we're in the business park up by the airport here. And so we have a very extensive collection of historical items. Like our library consists of over over 100,000 photos and manuals and just literature about the industry itself. So if a person comes here, you can kind of track how the industry has evolved to where it is today. So to fast forward, we decided to, in 2021 was our 50th anniversary. We thought it was time to start a Hall of Fame. So the Hall of Fame came about in 2021 just to take that mission statement, preserving the history, one step farther by recognizing maybe some of the individuals and corporations that led us to where we are today. So it's really an interesting place here. It's open to the public, and anybody's welcome to come. You don't have to be a member to come and do that. We have a lot of people come here to do research in our library. If you're searching for information about the trucking history or an individual type truck, you would come here and we'd be able to help you do that. We have a full-time staff that assists the people with that.
Is there, you mentioned, being located in Kansas City, Missouri. Is there any other place like this in the U.S.?
No, we are the only Hall of Fame related to the trucking industry in the country. Now, as far as the American Truck Historical Society goes, we have always been in the United States here, but we have over 21,000 members with 90 chapters, and we have a global presence in Australia, Canada. So we have chapters and we have members there. So we have a fairly far-reaching group of people, I guess, to be there to support anybody.
I was joking earlier about the, Mr. President, but when I hear you talk, Tom, it reminds me a little bit of a presidential library in many respects, because as you mentioned there, you've got a full-time staff that is obviously maintaining records, and I would assume doing research and looking into different things and preserving records. That's a big part of what you do as well. What is that process like? Because it strikes me that would be, it sounds like a tall task, just from the outside looking in, because I imagine you're just swimming in photographs and records and all sorts of things. What does that process look like behind the scenes of just organizing all that stuff and trying to figure out how and where it should go?
Well, it's interesting you should say that. Right now, all of our stuff is still pretty much in the material state. We're in the process of digitizing our stuff. Within the next 6 months, we will start down that road. We've actually entered into agreement with Kenworth Trucks. We're going to archive all of their history material there. So with their financial support, it's going to allow us to do that. We've just brought on board a gentleman that's very familiar with archiving, and so we'll be doing some with that. Now, obviously, you wouldn't archive everything we have here, so you'd have to categorize what's important and what's not. For example, we have the build sheets. For those who know what build sheets are, if you order a heavy-duty truck from the manufacturer, it tells everything that truck is consisting of component-wise. So only one person would probably ever have an interested in the build sheet there, so there's no reason to archive all of our build sheets. But because just the individual that owns that truck would have the interest in mainly. So it's going to be a major undertaking for us. But right now we're able to do things the old-fashioned way, I guess you could call it. You call here and Courtney is able to do the research for you. You're welcome to come and do it yourself, or she can do some things for you. And so if you come to our library area, it's just row after row and file cabinet after file cabinet of material. And there's an order to it. It's kind of like if you recall the old Dewey Decimal library system. It's kind of like that at the current state. But we are getting in the process of digitalizing much of this in the near future, starting probably the next 6 months.
You mentioned, Tom, those phone calls. I'm curious, I imagine you get some pretty out there requests at times. Maybe you don't. I'm not quite sure. But what do those phone calls sound like? What are people calling you and looking for typically?
Well, a lot of things people will call, say, for example, if your grandfather was a truck driver, but you really didn't know too much about what your grandfather's work history was or something, where he worked or things like that. So you can submit his name here, and we have, if we have given him an award, ATHS has given out 900 individual awards to people that have just driven their trucks all their lives, just the average working person, that if he's been in the industry for 50 years, then we've more than likely presented him an award. And so you could call, give your grandfather's name. Maybe it's a chance that we did give your grandfather an award, and we would have some history on that. So we get those requests in addition to mainly the request about vehicles. Did Peterbilt build a Model 359 in say, for example, 1950 or not? So we have a lot of those. I don't think they're off the wall requests, but they're just general inquiry requests, I guess.
How often do you have people calling with items that they either want to donate, and kind of what's the process of that?
Well, it kind of goes in spurts. Most of the time, we will get a donation from an estate. Family members, they don't know what to do with this stuff. So fortunately, they reach out to us, and we accept anything that's truck related. We have a small restriction of lists. We don't take many hats, things like that. It's more about the history material things. We take those and we preserve that. We keep that here. It'll be here. We can put it on display. We have a lot of display cabinets that have a lot of things. So we get a fair amount of people giving it, but it kind of depends on the estate. Sometimes, unfortunately, you might have 4 or 5 people a month maybe that have passed away that we end up with their collections. A lot of people have collected stuff all their lives and have extensive collections. And so we are mentioned in their estate planning as far as I want the materials to go here. We have a gentleman that in the days gone by, back in the 50s, 60s, a lot of truck drivers wore professional driving uniforms, and they would have a company patch, a sewn patch. We have a gentleman that has a huge collection of patches. And so that's one thing he spoke about, that probably when the time comes, he will bequest that to us, So it's really kind of strange, but we greatly appreciate anything anybody wants to leave to us versus just throwing it away, because once the history's gone, it's gone. So we're very active with keeping that. We have manufacturers that have gone out of business when White Trucks, which was a huge manufacturer of trucks in the Cleveland, Ohio area, when they decided they were going to cease operation, we got their entire engineering records.
Wow.
So we have the drawings, we have everything.
That's cool.
Yes.
It strikes me also, we're talking about just the history of trucking. And again, you're talking about a lot of records and a lot of information, a lot of trucks and a lot of stuff that's out there. Yourself, and you've been involved in this for, I think you said 25 years or so, or whatever it's been. What's your background? How did you get kind of interested in this and kind of fall into the American Truck Historical Society gravitational pull, I guess, as it were?
Well, I was raised in the trucking industry. My father had a fleet of trucks, and so trucks have always just been second nature to me. Along with having a bicycle, I was exposed to trucks, so it was kind of like that. They were toys for my brother and I growing up. We would go to our dad's business and maybe sneak a ride around the block or something like that.
Yeah.
So I went to a truck show in Toledo, Ohio, that ATH has had. I'd never heard of the folks. Had gone there and was just blown away. I thought, man, I need to be a part of this. And so I inquired and learned more about them. That we publish our own publication every 6 months. We produce a magazine called The Wheels of Time. And so I became a member just to get the magazine. Well, and then things just evolved to there. I wound up coming on the board of directors and then worked my way through the presidency to the chairman of the board. And we kind of have a little unwritten rule here that once you're the chairman of the board, you're still supposed to give back. Mm-hmm. And so I felt my contribution to giving back was to start the Hall of Fame.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
You mentioned some of the items that you have on display there, and you mentioned it kind of in passing there at the end. You've got a lot of stuff there. You've got a lot of trucks, a lot of cool stuff. What is there a particular area or a particular truck or a particular thing that you are drawn to that just kind of speaks to you, and you're thinking, this is the coolest thing we have in here?
There are some things that are. Once again, to speak about when White Motor Company went out of business, they were based in Cleveland, Ohio, and they started at the turn of the century. So you know how architecture was in the turn of the century. These people were in big brick office buildings and things like that. So we have the brass plaque that probably weighs 500 pounds off the front of the building. So we have that. I mean, that's kind of cool that we have the actual plaque there where that corporation come from. We have that. We have the big neon sign out here. Once again, it's from Motor Cargo that was bought out by Consolidated Freightways. We double-sided it there. One side's Motor Cargo, all in neon. The other side is Consolidated Freightway, all in neon. So we have that. I like the unusual things. There was a gentleman that invented the suspension systems for trucks. His name was Hickman. And so we have a model display that's made out of metal, and it's what he applied the patent for. So this thing this had gone to Washington, D.C. for him to display what he was trying to invent. And so the patents were granted to the gentleman. So we have I guess it's called like a prototype. Mm-hmm. And to have that, which it really should belong in the Smithsonian, but that came to his family. He wanted ATHS to have that. So those things intrigued me because of the one-ups. Now, like I say, we probably have over 500 model toy trucks, and they're all good. It's fun to look at those and things, but I like the unusual, and we have some unusual things here.
Yeah, that's great.
What's it like to, when you're there and people are coming to visit? I assume people who are familiar with trucking are probably most of the visitors, but people even who aren't, what is that like to see their reaction in seeing this collection?
It's funny you should say that. We're probably the best kept secret, and that's our fault. We don't do very well promoting ourselves. Yesterday, as an example, the 3 inductees that we inducted yesterday, their representatives came. And the one gentleman that really stood out in my mind was a gentleman from Bandag Tire, which is a recap company. They were bought out a number of years ago by Bridgestone Firestone. So he came yesterday to accept the award on behalf of Roy Carver, the founder of Bandag. When he walked in, you could just see the facial expression like, wow, what is this? Where did this come from? How does this place even exist? How did I not know about this? Consequently, we had lunch yesterday and then a ceremony afterwards. Ceremony, we're done about 2:15, maybe 2:30 yesterday afternoon. At 4 o'clock, the gentleman's still here. He's going back to Nashville. And I says to Brad, I says, don't you need, he says, listen, there's a plane goes every hour to Nashville. I really want to stay here and look at what you guys have. And that also held true yesterday with the autocar folks. The autocar folks were here. And it's like, where have you guys been all of our lives? We never even heard of you people. And they're so excited once they come here. And that's held true every year that we've had the Hall of Fame ceremony. Even large corporations like Cummins, when we inducted Classy Cummins, the founder of Cummins Engine. When those folks came, and they all come on their corporate jets. I mean, these are somebody in these corporations. They just stand out there and just take it in. They're just at awe.
That's got to feel great.
Yeah, it's exciting for that. And then we have a lot of school groups come here. A lot of those tech schools come over, and they'll look at the displays and they'll go through the literature and things like that. And then just the general public. Somebody will know of us or they'll see us. We're right along the Interstate 29 here. We have anybody in the Kansas City area has probably seen the building. It's a glass mirrored building that has a Klein truck, a real live Klein truck out in the front lawn there. And Klein trucks were produced here in Kansas City. So anybody that's gone up and down 29 close to the airport here has seen our place. And so people say, what's this all about? Let's just go in there and see what this is. And once they come here, they're usually hooked and can't wait to come back for a second or third visit.
That's great. Let's talk about the Hall of Fame a little bit. And you mentioned, I think, at least one of the honorees that you had at the induction ceremony for this year. And again, the idea is to celebrate and honor pioneers who essentially shaped the trucking industry. Can we just kind of talk about each of the inductees one by one here? And you had, I guess, 4 separate people, 3 separate kind of groups here. And let's just kind of go down the list. You mentioned Roy Carver, the founder of Bandag. Can you talk a little bit about Roy and his contributions and, obviously in the context there, why he was selected to be in the Hall of Fame?
Okay, yes. So Roy Carver, as I understand it, was just a general inventor in all, a real philanthropist. I understand it to be he was from the Iowa area. And I guess one of his trips abroad, he saw a tire retreading process, and it intrigued him. He thought, this looks like something I could get involved with. And so he started this company called Bandag. And they're very successful. It was a recap tire. It's still being marketed today. And it was bought out by, like I say, the Bridgestone Firestone people there. Unfortunately, we could not locate any of the Carver family. We did our best there, so I don't know if it exists or not. But he's been gone for a number of years, so unfortunately he was not able to be here. But we did induct him because he's part of the industry. We talk about the trucking industry. A lot of people just want to talk about the trucks, the brand of the truck. But it takes a lot of components to make that vehicle go up and down the road. So his tire played a very important part in the trucking industry and still does today.
Yeah, that's great.
Yep. The next person we inducted yesterday was Louis Simple Clark, and he co-founded the auto car company. And once again, at the turn of the century, he was just an inventor. He invented numerous different things, and he was the person that invented the left-hand driving vehicle that we all enjoy today. They were from Ardmore, Pennsylvania, which is over in the Philadelphia area there. And he invented the porcelain on the spark plugs, I guess, in my understanding. So So I think when these guys started, they were just natural inventors. I don't think they necessarily set out to say, I'm going to invent the auto car truck. I think things just evolved to that point there. So auto car, unfortunately, they kind of fell by the wayside there for a while, but now they're back. They have some new management. They're starting back up again, and so we were very, very excited to have the auto car people here yesterday, and they in turn also were. So the third and fourth people we inducted yesterday was Joseph Morton and his son. And what they were is they started an insurance business and up in the Iowa area, and they were just insurance agents back in the I think, I don't know exactly, but I think it was in the 40s, and they saw a need for truck insurance. They saw that trucks were becoming prevalent on the highway. Naturally, they were involved in accidents, and trucks cost more money. And how were these people paying to get their trucks repaired? What was the process? So they took it upon themselves to specialize in truck insurance, and they did. Well, then they went on and formed what was called the Great West Casualty Company, which is a major player in truck insurance today. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with them. Well, their representatives were here yesterday. The president of the company was actually here. And once again, he was just in awe. He said, where have you guys been all of our lives, So just to get back to it there, they were inducted. What we do, we have a committee, and everybody throws out some ideas who we think would be a good candidate. And so some of our committee this year, some members came up with these different names. We did some research. We try and do something from a little internal category in a sense, a support from the support side, which would be like the tire, or the invention side, which would be the auto car vehicle itself. The first year that we were the first person that we inducted, the very first year in 2021, was Dave Nemo. Mm-hmm. And I think you know who Dave Nemo is.
Yeah, we are familiar. Yep.
Yes. And Dave was inducted because of the all-night trucking radio. That was part of the history. It was as important as the vehicle the guy drove. Yeah. That was his communication back home. So we felt that Dave was a good candidate. We have OIDA, who's a candidate because of their support people. We have the Iowa 80, the Moon family, for what they've done up there, the world's largest truck stop. So when we sit down, there's a little bit of a process about who should we induct. We have a little internal rule. We try not to induct more than 4. This year we had 3, and previous years we've had 4. So, and we just do that from a control side. So easier to manage if you're only inducting 4 versus inducting 15 or 20. But to be honest with you, when I started this, I went to the Football Hall of Fame, and I went to the Baseball Hall of Fame, and kind of took some pointers from the way they did things. So we're trying to pattern it off of that a little bit, if that makes any sense.
Tom, what does the future look like for ATHS? What are the plans going forward?
Well, the plans are just to continue on, is to continue to grow. On the ATHS side, the American Truck Historical Society, of course, we still have our annual convention, and it travels from different locations every year. In 2026, we will be in Springfield, Missouri, at the State Fairgrounds, and our truck show there will have anywhere from 1,000 to 1,400 vintage Class 8 trucks and smaller. So we'll have a big display again this year, a big convention in Springfield. Our magazine's doing well. Like I say, we produce 6 copies a year. It's a great magazine. We've been able to put our backlot, we call it, the for sale section, is now online. And it's searchable, so that helps people buy and sell some of their vintage trucks and things like that. But that magazine's just packed full of history. It's kind of like a trip to the office without coming here. But our future is bright. We don't anticipate anything other than what we're doing now. Just continue to preserve the history of the industry. That's what we're all about.
Keep it going. I'd say what you're doing is working.
Sounds like
working,
it, yeah.
Tom, yeah. ATHS.org is the website to go to for more information. And, Tom, people can stop on by during normal business hours, I assume, and come see you or come see all the cool stuff.
Yep, Monday through Friday we're here with the exception of holidays, of course. But there's no charge to come. You do not have to be a member to come here, but we do encourage you. We'd like you to be a member because there's some great benefits of being a membership, like as an addition to the magazine and the convention and things of that nature. We have a very, very nice. We give 3 scholarships away every year, and it's truck related. We do 3 on our own, and we do 1 in conjunction with Cummins. So it's a great organization. If you have any interest in trucks at all, or if you just want to learn more about trucks, you don't really have to be a truck person, but just come here. Education, as we've all heard, you can never stop learning, and that's what this is. This is a little educational time capsule, I guess.
Mr. President, Tom, we appreciate your time. Enjoyed talking to you.
Yes.
And we'll see you up there at the Hall of Fame here at some point soon.
Oh, okay. Thanks for all you folks do for us. Everybody enjoy their day. Be safe, those of you who are traveling on the roads today. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sapp Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sapp Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?